Now, so I will repeat what I said earlier before I did the recording. My office hour is from 7:30 to 8:25. 7:30 to 8:20. That's my office hour. Now, you don't need to attend my office hour unless you have a question. Okay, and of course, then when you see the Zoom, I make it there that it starts at 7:30, but no, that's because I start my office hour early. Okay, and then 8:20 is the time the lecture starts. Now, my office hour, I don't record it. My lecture, I will record it. So if you have anything that you don't want other people to see, then you need to get rid of that. Okay, for example, if you don't want your name or your profile picture to show up, just in case, I think I set it up in a way that it won't show up, but just in case something happens. Okay, and if you have any question during my office hour, you can shoot it by chat. Okay, let me know by chat. Because during my office hour, I don't use my earpiece until I see, oh, there's a question, then I need to talk to this person directly, then I talk. Okay, but I usually just try to save the bandwidth. However, during class time, if you have any question, you can just talk directly to your microphone or send your question by chat. Unless if you want to be your question to be sent to me privately, then you can do so by chat only. Okay. Now there's a question coming in. Is the discussion that you post only for those who are not able to make it on Zoom? For everyone. For everyone. The discussion is. I will explain that later on in my first. Let me just do it now. Okay. Let me start. I will go to my first announcement. So I already post 3 announcements, and the first announcement about the attendance and testing procedure. Now, for attendance, I don't require you to attend my lecture. I don't require you, okay? But the way I take attendance, regardless you attend my lecture synchronously with me or not, I need you to type or to tell me that you're attending by going to the discussion of the day. Okay, I will not require you to be on Zoom the same time since attendance requirement is waived during this remote learning. But of course, I still need to show something to the school, right? In case they ask, how do you know your students actually attending or not? Then the way I do it is this. I want you to mark yourself present by going to the discussion. Okay, and then there's a discussion there. Okay. And then you type your name, present, reply this by saying present or here. Okay, apparently some students already watch my some of my videos. Okay, this is how I did it in the past. Okay, oh, by the way, and I will leave this discussion open for commenting for 1 week. I will leave this discussion open for commenting. So you can say that you are here. You can mark your attendance anytime between now until Thursday evening. Okay, I can say even until Friday very early in the morning. But I will close this discussion for today by the next class. So Friday the 11th. By Friday the 11th next week, let's say around 7:30, I will close this from commenting. Okay, so you can, basically, the way I do your attendance is anytime between the class until before the next class. Okay, but of course I would like you to commenting honestly, saying that, oh, I'm here, but at the same time you also follow the class. Okay, now the reason I do the recording is because I know some students during this pandemic, they happen to be in need of doing this and that, right? Especially some parents, for example, they have their kids still at home, so they still need to be at home. and they cannot use the internet because their children using internet also. I mean, use computer, for example, right? So I try to understand and be accommodative for those students. Okay, yeah. So let's say these students, they cannot be synchronously online together with me. Then they can watch the recording later on in other time. But it has to be done between now and the next week. Okay. Now, and for the attendance, yeah, I just do it. This is how I do the attendance. Okay. Anybody have any questions so far for this attendance? So regardless you attend my Zoom at the same time with me synchronously with me or not, I still need you to reply the discussion by saying that you're here. Okay. Now, second, I like what I said, I record my Zoom. If you want to catch up in case later on you want to review our discussion here, or let's say you don't attend the Zoom today, but you want to see what was discussed in the lecture, then what you can do, you can go to Zoom here and then click cloud recordings. Then you will see the recordings for whatever day you want to review. Now, I don't have that here yet right now because this is our first meeting, right? But let me show you. Let me show you what I have with my other class. For example, my Cactus 2. If you go to their Zoom, now, I don't think you can go to their Zoom, but this is what will happen to you later on. Like what happened with them, they already have 2 classes, right? So when you go to, imagine this is your class. So after this class, approximately 1 hour or 2 hours at the end of this class, then the recording will be finished by Zoom, and it will put the recording here. You click clock recording and you will see the recording for that class. Okay, so for example, my Calculus 2 class, the first class was August 31st. So there's a recording for that class, the video, if you want the audio only, and if for the chat file. I don't think you can see the chat file though. I don't think you can see the chat file. I think the chat file is only for me, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Okay, but as for the recording, the video and the audio, you can see that here. Okay, now that's for my other class. Now, again, coming back to your class, because this is our first class, of course, then when you go to the Zoom and cloud recording, you won't see anything. Now, at the end of this class, once I click stop recording, then Zoom will start processing the recording. It takes approximately 1 to 2 hours because our class is like 5 hours, right? Then it will take approximately 2 hours for the recording to be available here. Now, sometimes you see the link, right? Sometimes you see the link, but then when you press that, it says no recording. Now you press that again. You may need to do it twice or 3 times. Okay. Let me go back to my announcement. I see I have a message coming in. Let me see. In case there's a, see. I think it is meant to be attendance. Yeah, that's right. So the discussion where I asked you to type here or present, that's for attendance. Okay, that's for attendance. There's actually another way to take attendance though. Okay, there are so many things you can do with this Canvas. Okay, but the thing is, I think you come here to learn stats, not to learn how to use Canvas. Okay, so if I kind of like use all the features from this Canvas, I think I will overwhelm you instead. You know, so there are things I basically try to make it as simple as possible and streamline that so that I use only some features instead of all features. But at the same time, then you know when you go to my course Canvas here, then you know what you need to see. Okay, that's for attendance and how to get to my lectures. Now I have lectures from my summer class. That's at West ELAC College. Now, even though it is at West ELAC College, the material will be the same. You can click on that one. And the way you study will be as the following. The way you study will be for each one of our class is equal to their 2 classes. Okay, maybe even more. Let me say it again. Our class runs for almost 5 hours, right? Our class runs for almost 5 hours, but including the break, you can say that's only 4.5 hours, including the break. Now, that is pretty much equivalent to 2 of these classes. Okay, equivalent to 2 of these classes here. So between today and next week, today I will cover the first 2 classes. Okay, so if you think you are not clear with our material today, you can watch the recording later on, or you can also watch this. Okay, now next week I will do these 2. Okay, next week I will do these 2. And the week after that, I will do this too. I will put this in the discussion board later on. Give me a second. I see some chatting coming in. When we go to the discussions for attendance, what would you like us to post on discussions section? Are you talking about that discussion board? Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. I was actually, when I click, I'm sorry, when I click that, the link for YouTube, it's supposed to show you this. It's supposed to show you this. Yeah, so I say that the first 2, today I will cover these 2, okay? And then next week I will cover these 2. So if you want to study ahead, this is what you can do. Please be aware at West ELAC College, they use a different textbook, but even when they use their textbook, I adjust their textbook to my flow of teaching. So I have my own curriculum, what I want to teach you first, what I want to teach you next. Okay, so with your textbook at East LA College, I will adjust the material also to the flow that I give here. Okay, so if you want to review the material for next week, then you can watch the next 2 videos here. Okay, let me go back to my discussion. Now, the question I have from the chat, when you go to discussion, what would you like us to post on the discussion section? Discussion here. Okay, this is for your attendance, right? This is for your attendance. So today, September the 4th, and you mark here for your attendance. Okay. And then I have another one coming in. I see his shared screen on the top as small square. I shared screen. I can make it bigger. Oh, how to make your shared screen bigger? I think you click on that. I think you click on that. Yeah, I think you click on that. Oh. Click on that, but it disappeared. I think what you do is you. Oh, I think few options, zoom ratios. You know what? Let me see. Let me see how to do that. I think what you do is make it full screen. The thing is, I don't see what you see though. I'm sorry. I don't see what you see. Can anybody help our friend? You can make it bigger by either dragging it or clicking the button on the bottom right for full screen. Yeah, basically you make it full screen. Yeah, basically you make it full screen. Okay. So you see, this is the one that it's not that I don't like to teach you. It's like this is not what I'm supposed to teach you, right? But at the same time, I would like you to know too, because that's how you can access my class better, right? Now imagine those students who don't attend the Zoom, my lecture synchronously. Okay. Yeah, the button to make it full screen is somewhere on the navigation. I know it's somewhere on the navigation. Yeah, because I'm the host, that it will be full screen for me right away. Okay, good. That's for attendance. So for this attendance, first, how do I mark your attendance? Go to the discussion of the day, not the chat, not the chat board. No. Go to the discussion here, this discussion here. You click that one, okay, and then go to the discussion of the day. Okay, and then you reply here or present. Okay. Second, if you want to see the recording because you basically want to see the recording again, or you happen to miss the synchronous one, then you go to Zoom, click cloud recording, and you will see the recording listed according to the dates here. Okay. And then the third one, if you want to see my past recording, especially the one from summer 20, I think that's the most complete one I have right now. And the nice thing is I really finished the material. Then you can click here. And their class is approximately 2 hours every day in the summer. Okay, so for 8 weeks. So it is equivalent to approximately 2 days. Our 1 day, 1 week lesson is approximately equivalent to their 2 days. Okay. By the way, this class is supposed to be run twice a week in the regular semester, at least twice a week. But you dare enough to take it in 1 day class, then you know you have more things to study at once. Okay. Yeah. So next week I will cover basically the next 2 days here. Going back to my and then now how about the test timers? Now during test time, for tests, I need you to be synchronously online during any one of my tests. Now the test days and the final days, we will see later on in our syllabus. Actually, if you want, you can see it yourself right now. But these are the dates that I require you to be synchronously online during my class time. Now, I will tell you later on how will I run the test. Okay, how I will run the test. But for now, just keep in mind that just for the test, I need you to be synchronously online. Okay. Now, according to the rule, you're supposed to attend this class 15 times minus 1 for Thanksgiving holiday, right? Okay, so 14 times, not including the Thanksgiving and the final. So you're supposed to attend this class 15 times. Now, but because of I try to accommodate students who has to work or who has children that need to use internet also at home, so I require you to be synchronously online only 5 times. Okay. Now, but I still have students emailing me though. But Thomas, I'm working during that time. Then you know what? Ask your employer to accommodate you. I already accommodate you 10 times, right? Okay, so the other 5 times, try to get your boss understanding, okay? Testing procedure. There are 2 parts. First one is about proctoring. How do I proctor you during the test? Now, I need you to have your camera observing you all the time during the test. So during the test, I need you to turn on your Zoom. You go on Zoom and turn on your camera. During your test, I will be the one looking at you. Okay, during the test, I will be the one looking at you. What if you don't have a camera? Then you get one. This is online class anyway. So you know that when you take an online class, you must find a way there. You need to be proctor, right? Okay, yeah. So yes, you need to get it now. But Thomas, can I just use my smartphone? Yes, you can. You can use your smartphone. Okay. For those people using laptop, if you use laptop, then I think you can get a webcam quite cheap. Yeah, like what our friend EA say, you can get it quite cheap on Amazon. Okay. But to be honest with you, nothing is cheap right now. So I don't really want to use the word it's cheap on Amazon. I know it's quite financially constraining though for a lot of people, including me. So I understand if you say, Thomas, I don't have it now. That's another reason why I set my test one approximately 6 weeks from now, 6 or 5 weeks from now. So you have approximately 1 month to get that camera. Okay. Now, and you can also use your smartphone actually. So you download Canvas, right? You download Canvas and you download Zoom on your smartphone, and therefore it can work as a camera later on. I mean, your smartphone have camera, right? Okay. So please understand this thing though. It's not that I really want to enforce so many things on you, but see, when we talk about remote learning, right? You know, then when you take a test, this class, when you take the test, you're supposed to take it at school, right? Okay, and I'm supposed to proctor you. Now, consider it this way, that you don't have to take it at school, but I still have to proctor you. Now, in exchange of we not meeting in person, and try to get the camera, okay? One thing I don't want to do, and please don't force me to do this, is using something called Proctorio. Have you ever heard that? Anybody ever heard Proctorio? Okay, that's actually, Proctorio is a software attached to Canvas in which your instructor can use, and it is approved by not only the district, but actually approved by the state to use to proctor you. Okay, now Proctorio is a software in which the instructor can just turn on, and then you take the test while the instructor is actually going away doing something else, and that software will be the one proctoring you. Now that software requires you to have a webcam, okay? And you cannot touch your computer. You cannot move anything. You basically, the only thing you can do is actually stare at your computer. You cannot go to other website. You may not be able to chat with other people, okay? No, I don't want to make it too restrictive, okay? Okay. But if I use that software, you still need to use webcam. You see what I mean? Okay, that's its approved. That's state approved. Okay, I can play safe and require you to, just require you, okay, you do use Proctorio, which means you need to learn how to use that software. Also, you need to have camera, you need to have microphone. You cannot do this, you cannot do that, you cannot do that. You know, no, I don't want to make it too restrictive. So I ask you one thing, please understand, this is remote learning, okay? So you need to have camera, okay? And you don't need to turn it on each time of the class. No, only for that test day, okay? Only for test day. No. Now, to be more precise, what you can do, I already create a video. You click on that one so that you see what I expect you to do, how you set it up for your tests, okay? Now, trust me. I don't want to fully force out what I can do. Instead, I try to understand your situation. But at the same time, there are things I hope you can also yield from me, okay? Get a camera, okay? Get a camera. And in fact, to be honest with you, you don't need a camera. If you see my lecture, my video here, you will see that you can just use 2 cell phones, right? You borrow your friend's cell phone maybe, okay? Or if your friend have a laptop with, like my laptop here, I have a camera, okay? And this is what I use, okay? But this laptop is actually not mine, it's my sister's, you know? Now she happens to go to work, so I use her laptop, okay? I mean, please be creative. You're in college, right? Okay. Now, so what do you do if you need a camera, but you don't have, let's say you don't have enough financial resource right now? Then try to borrow. Okay. And when I say try to borrow, you'll find your friend or your relative who has the tools, and then you say, oh, can I go to your place on these days? I need to take my test, and my test requires webcam. I don't have webcam. I know you have it. Can I use yours just for that day and the other, like a total of 5 times, you know? Okay. Now, if that person will let you use only 1 time, at least you get 1 time, right? Okay. Now, basically, another thing. Another thing is that because I will observe you, then you are responsible to secure your own environment for your privacy. So anything you don't want me to see, and I don't have interest to see anything else, but if you don't want me to see, then you can actually move it away from your from your screen, okay, from the view of your camera. You are the one in control of whatever caused by the camera and the audio, but I just need to see your face, to be more precise, your head, because you will be facing your test, right? Okay, your hands, your desk, okay, has to be visible at all time. Okay, your head, your hands, your test especially has to be visible at all time. You know, nice thing is I will let you use open book, open note, at least open notes. Let me say open notes for your test. Okay, which if I use Proctorio, Proctorio will actually cut you off right away. Basically, they will disqualify you from taking the test. Okay, so yes, your test will be open notes. So I think it's very nice, right? Okay. Very nice. I will explain that further later on. Now, how about the test? How about the test? I will go over about the proctorio later on when I go for the syllabus. Okay. On the test day, our class starts at 8:20, but I will post the test at 8:05. Okay, I will post the test at 8:05. What you will do, you will print it out, write on it, and then you scan it to PDF, upload it back to me by Canvas at 10:20. Okay, and then let's say at 10:30 we will start our lesson again. Okay, so what you will do, I will post your test in the assignment. I will show you later on. Okay, what you will do, you will print it out, you write on it, work on it, you scan it to PDF and upload it back to Canvas at 10:20. Now, here's the issue. Thomas, what happens if I don't have scanner? If you don't have scanner, you can use some app on Android called Cam Scanner. Somebody said I found out that there's some PDF scanner on Android. Okay, but the one that most of my students recommend is Cam Scanner. Okay, somebody say Genius Scanner or Genius PDF, something like that. Okay, now the thing is, what happens if you use iPhone? Okay, which is strange. If you use iPhone, but you cannot use cannot buy a webcam, right? Don't you think so? Yeah, sell your iPhone and get a cheaper phone plus a webcam. Well, anyway, no. I don't want to use that against you. No, but what I want to say is that if you use iPhone, okay, you may not need cam scanner because iPhone. I use Android, so I don't know iPhone. But somebody told me. Some students told me that if you use iPhone, there is an app on iPhone called Notes. So you can actually take the picture using Notes, and then you convert that to PDF. Okay? So basically, when I say scan it to PDF, you don't need to use scanner. Okay, of course, in my opinion, scanner will be best. But if you don't have scanner, you can scan it using an app, either something you can find on Android or iPhone. Okay. What else? Basically, you will see that you really need to have a phone, a smartphone, when you are in this class, which I expect everybody have. I know it's kind of quite difficult at this time to assume so. Okay, but to be honest with you, when I think about it, when I have a choice of asking my student having a phone, a smartphone, or a laptop, I will say smartphone. Okay. And by having a smartphone, you can have access to my videos. You can have Canvas and Zoom and scanner. You see what I mean? Okay. Now, what happened, Thomas, if I don't have printer? What happened if I don't have printer? Now, there is a chance that you happen to use a laptop that you can write directly to the file. Let's say you have a tablet, you have iPad, you have Surface, Windows Surface, right? In which you can download the test file to your laptop, let's say, and then you have a pen that you can write directly to the file. Now, if you feel comfortable doing your test that way, then you don't need to print it out. Okay, then in that case, you don't need to print out. Just write directly to the file, and then once you are done, save it in PDF. Okay, now let me show you my situation here. You know that I need to write later on. I need to write to my notes, right? Okay, and I need to basically write to the file, and I will look like this. Hold on, I want to make it big. Sorry. To make it big, but showing me. Okay, now you can see me. This is what I look like, by the way. Hi. Now, when I write to my test or I write to a file, I use this. This is called XP Pen. This is called XP Pen. I got it from Amazon at that time, around $30, I think. Either $30 or $50, I don't remember. I think it's $30. I think it's $30. Right now, I somehow think it will be a lot more expensive because so many people asking for it. But you know, some people have a laptop or an iPad, you know, in which you can write directly here, right? And then it shows up on your file. If you happen to have that, and you feel free to do it that way, then yeah, go ahead. You know, I want you to feel comfortable when it comes to doing your tests. Okay. Now, worse in worse. What happened if you don't have printer and you don't have such tool? Okay, then your last option will be to write on a piece of paper. So I understand in case you don't have printer and you get quite isolated, that you basically cannot get any help, right? Okay, then the last thing you can do is you grab a piece of blank paper. It would be nice if you can have the lined paper, right? But basically a blank one, okay? And work on a blank paper, okay? Now, in this case, you don't need to copy the problems down anymore and then go ahead with your work, okay? Go ahead with your work. Now, most students who originally used this method in my spring class told me that it slows them down quite a bit. You know, so some students, in the spring, when they took once we moved online, some of them didn't have a chance to get a printer, and I told them, you know what, just write it on a piece of paper, that's fine. And when you write it, when you do it on a piece of paper, of course, then the students say, but Thomas, do I have to write all the problems down again? No, you don't need to write the problems down anymore. Just go ahead with your work, okay? You need to show your work though, not only the final answer, right? But I don't need you to write the problem down anymore. Even though these students then say, but Thomas, if I don't write it, some important details on my paper, I tend to make little mistakes. So these students who didn't use printer, okay, they write it on paper. I have some of them they copy the problems wrong. And then from there, their work actually get messy because the problem started incorrectly, okay? Now, this is the one that I don't want to enforce on you to get a printer, but I strongly suggest you to get a printer, okay? Yeah, imagine if you need to look at the screen for the problem and turn your paper to work it out. Okay, and then you look at the screen again and work it out on the paper again. Okay, not to say that you happen not to have a laptop, you don't have a big screen, you use your smartphone, then the writing will be too small for you to see. You see? Okay, so I strongly suggest you to get the printer. Scanner, we can get away from it. Okay, now in my opinion, webcam, you can get a cheap one, and I think it's only like around $20–$30 at most. Okay, and you have 1 month for that. Now for printer, just like the webcam, in case you don't have printer, okay, and you don't want to write it on a piece of paper, then try to ask your family, your friends, okay? Yeah. We have a message from our friend asking, oh, anyone to exchange contact info in case, and start a text group chat. Yeah, I strongly recommend you to have group study. In fact, I can say that students who did very well in this class, okay, actually have group study. Okay, now let me go down further here. I post assignment 0, homework 0 as extra credit assignment, just to make you learn what will happen when you take a test. At least this one here, I would like you to do. You go to assignment, you go to assignment folder, okay, and there's an assignment here. I call that quiz 0. Basically, how you will imagine how you will turn in your test later on. Okay, of course, I think next week or 2 weeks later, I will post a quiz, another quiz. Okay, but the way you do your quiz and you turn it in basically like this. Basically like this. So what you will do, I will post a file in here. Okay, you print it out, you write on it, scan it, and you upload it. Okay, now how do you turn in your test? How do you turn in your test, or at least this assignment? Okay, then see, when you have your test or your quiz, you will have that on your home page, right? And you will see, oh, this is a test. So you print it, you download it, you print it out, you work on that, you scan it, make it a PDF file. And then how do you submit that? You will submit it here. Submit that here, boom. And then you choose which file to turn in. Okay? And then you submit that here. Are you with me? Now, you can submit that multiple times until the deadline. So when I grade your quiz or your test later on, I will grade the last one. Okay, the last one you turn in. You know, well, the purpose of this quiz is actually to give you a feeling on how you will turn in your quizzes and especially your test later on. What I don't want to happen is you don't know what to do when it comes to the test. You know, now the test is 2 hours, okay, with 6 to 8 pages long, maybe more. But don't get scared with the number of pages. Don't get scared with the number of pages. That's because I try to give you more space to write. Okay, now I have some students already turned in their quiz 0 here. Okay, but try to do it first and then I'll give you a comment later on. Okay, you do it first and then I give you a comment later on. That's for the attendance and testing procedure. I saw some of you actually start sharing your phone numbers here. I actually don't really recommend you sharing your phone number. My experience is somebody will be texting you all the time. You know, well, anyway, it's up to you. Okay, it's up to you. Try to benefit from your group study. Okay, but at the same time, I don't want you to get to be taken advantage of students who don't really follow the class and then just want to see, oh, how did you get for question number 1, number 2, number 3, and then never really do the class, you know. And these students will suffer in the test and final. Now you may say, Thomas, How do you find out if you are cheating? Trust me, I did. I did. I was a student before. Okay, I smell cheaters. No, no need, no need. Don't even think about it. Okay, don't even think about it. You need to do well in this class, because if you let other people take advantage of you, or especially if you let other people deciding what you write in your own test, then you will forever be a dependent in your life. Okay, you will forever be somebody who depends on other people when it comes to your success. And of course, if somebody have a success, I don't think that person want to share that with you without you earning it yourself first. Okay, so there's no need, no need. The reason you come to ELAC College is to study, get a diploma, improve your future, right? Okay, now any shortcut you try to do will come back to you later on in disadvantageous way. Okay, second, textbook. I would like to actually ask you a question through a poll. Let me ask you this question first then, I think. Give me a second. Do you have the textbook yet? Yes. No. Give me a second, okay? And I will launch the poll. Okay, please let me know if you have the textbook yet. Oh, I have in my phone. Can you see the the result of the poll, by the way, after you vote? I don't know that. Can you see the result or no? Okay, let me share with you what I have. This is what I have. Yeah, this is what I have. So I have approximately 1/3 of this class already have the third. We are talking about the 13th edition, right? Okay. Well, anyway. Back to the class. Now, the reason I asked you that question is because the following. In my previous classes, everyone that everyone so far we have how many people? 25 people already, but approximately 30% have 32% has the textbook already. Well, anyway, I was thinking if only 1 or 2 of you have this 13th edition, then I may switch to the older edition. Now, this is the textbook being used. We use for this class. Okay, this is the textbook we use for this class, and the thing is, in my opinion, it is quite expensive. Yeah, it is quite expensive. Now, I have the file for chapter 1, chapter 2, and chapter 3, chapter 4. Are you seeing this screen together with me on Amazon? Yeah. Huh? So now I show you this textbook on Amazon. I'm not saying that you need to buy this book from Amazon. No, it's not. Okay, it's not. I just show you that which textbook you need. It's this one. Okay, this is what it looks like. Okay, and I was expecting the rental to be around $20, $30. It turns out that right now it's $70. It's too expensive. Should we get the hardcover? No, as long as the content is the same. Okay, but the thing is this though, the soft cover one or the okay, I think what you meant is what you have in mind is e-textbook. Yeah, e-textbook is fine. Yeah, if you have e-textbook, either you want to rent it or you want to buy it, yeah, it's fine. Whichever you think is you are comfortable to study from. My experience though is that if you need to, if the price is only $20, $30 different, in my opinion, get the hardcover. If I were you, okay, if I were you, that's me though. But I believe that in most cases, my financial resource very likely is, yeah, it's true. It's true. Hardcover. Yeah, I am someone who cannot study well from e-textbook. In fact, I myself have access to the e-textbook because I'm an instructor, right? Okay, but I have harder time to actually using e-textbook to teach. You know, that's me though. That's me. Okay, that's me. Well, try to get it. But I want you to know that I already have the files in case you are waiting for the book. Okay, chapter 1, chapter 2. Oh, I need you to read this chapter 1, chapter 2 between now and next week. Okay, I want you to read this. Okay, before you read this, I want you to watch the lecture video, which I will show you later on. Now, my class will start in chapter 3 right away. So the next, I think for the next 4 weeks, we'll do chapter 3 and chapter 4. Yeah, the next 4 weeks, I do chapter 3 and chapter 4 while waiting for your textbook. I think I don't mind to have chapter 5, maybe chapter 6 later on here. Okay, but I don't want you to be in the position that, in the situation that, you know what, we violate the copyright, you know. I think having chapter 1, chapter 2 is reasonable. Chapter 3, chapter 4 is kind of iffy already. It's a bit too much, right? Almost to the gray area of violating, unreasonably violating copyright. Okay, yeah. I hope this helped you to get the book cheaper. We can stick with what I put here. You can survive this class for 1 month, at least 1 month, maybe even 2 months. I'm sorry, maybe even 6 weeks. Yeah, we will use this for the next 6 weeks. Okay, chapter 3, chapter 4 will be here in the next 6 weeks. Okay, now I hope that helps. Going back to the announcement and calculator. How about calculator? You need to use TI-84. This is what it looks like. Okay, but this is TI-84 plus CE. That's way too how to say this? Way too advanced. You don't need this good one. Okay, I think TI-84 plus is good enough. Something looks like that, like this, is good enough. Okay. Now, but I want to say this though. The good thing about calculator is it doesn't really decrease in value. In other words, let's say you buy it now for $100. Next semester you can sell it for $90. In fact, once you pass this class, leave me your email or phone numbers in case you want to sell it to my my future students. Okay, yeah, because I always teach statistic. I always teach statistic. At least next semester, I know I will teach statistics. So once you pass this class, if you want to sell your textbook, you want to sell your calculator, let me know your informations and I will pass it to my future students. Okay. Basically, I want students to help students too, you know. Okay. I don't want the bookstore or even Amazon rip you off. Okay. See, this calculator, for example, is sold for $111, right? But the thing is, the one who sell it may get only $80. So I rather them sell it to you directly instead of through a middle person. Okay. Now, what is this one? Let's see. This is another calculator. Yeah, this is the used one. See, this is the used one, right? Renewed. Maybe not used one, but they already refurbished it. Okay. And you see, it still maintained the price pretty well. Okay, but again, I give you the link here. Doesn't mean that you have to buy it from Amazon. No, I think you really want to look at the eBay. Oh, somebody say that TI-84 Plus available new $88 at Walmart. Oh, go for it. You know, I think $88 new. It's pretty good. Okay. Now I have a question. Yesterday, somebody asked me, Thomas, I have TI-83. Can I use TI-83? If you ask me, can I? Yes, you can. But should you? No, I don't think so. Now, let me be honest with you. I myself use TI-83 here. I use TI-83. Okay. Now, the thing is, there are some features in TI-84 that we need that is not available in TI-83. Now, then what will happen? Then I need to program that to my calculator for me to be able to use this calculator. You see what I mean? Okay, I need to program that though. So if you need to buy any, I strongly suggest you to just buy TI-84 right away. Okay, not only, don't worry, because you will be able to sell it. Okay, TI-84 is a calculator that people will use for the next 2 years. Like everybody who takes statistics will, I should not say everybody, it's like 95%, at least 95% of students taking statistics in California, not only at ELAC College, no, in California, will use TI-84. Okay, yeah, TI-84 is designed especially for statistics for at our level. Okay. But if you already have TI-83 and you don't want to buy a new one, then go ahead, use it. Okay, I'd rather you save your money, right? Okay, and when the time comes, then you need to program something. Then I will tell you which video on YouTube that you need to watch to program that. Okay, even in our TI-84, we still have something that we need to program. We still have something we need to program to our TI-84. That's the thing. What else? Oh, then let me click this. Now, between now and the next 6 weeks, you don't need this calculator. You can just use regular calculator. You don't need TI-84 for the next 6 weeks. After, let's say week number 6. After, let's say week number 6, then we will start needing TI-84. Between now and the next 6 weeks, you can just use regular calculator. Anything with plus minus, add, subtract, multiply, divide, square root. That should be good enough. Okay, so between now and then, you can just use your smartphone when you study. Okay, of course, for your test, you will need a calculator. I don't allow you to use smartphone. Okay, you will use real calculator. Okay, but just a regular cheap $5 calculator, anything with plus minus, multiply, divide, square root will be good enough for the next 6 weeks. So you see, I hope you kind of have a feeling about me that I consider myself someone who tries to save your money. Education should not be that expensive. You know? Okay, textbook should not be that expensive. You know, even $60 textbook for me is too expensive already. You know, the reason I asked you if you already get your textbook earlier, and because we have more than we have a lot of students already have a textbook. 31% already have a textbook. 8 of you. Then I cannot do what I prefer to do. But in the past, I told my student to use this book. I told my student to use the 10th edition instead of the 13th edition. So Triola 10th edition. This one. I told students to use this one. And it doesn't have to be this. This one also okay. This one also okay. This one also okay. You see the use price is only $4, right? The use price is only $4. This one is $10. Let's say 9 something plus tax $10. Okay, this is $7, including shipping at most $15. You know. You know what? Let me post another poll. Let me do another poll. How do I create a new poll? I wonder how do I make a new poll? Why I suddenly don't know how to do the new poll? I will figure out later on. Basically, I would like to ask you if you would like to change to the to the 10th edition, the one I showed you earlier. Yeah, but this means students who already have the 13th edition need to get this book, which I don't really like. Yeah, I don't want you to buy more. It feels like I penalize those students who already have the textbook for those students who don't have the textbook yet. You know, I don't want you to feel that way. But well, anyway, I will set up that poll and see if it is reasonable. And I will also try to see if I have the PDF file for this book that I can share with you. Okay. Well, anyway, how to accommodate students in this situation is a challenge for me too. Okay. But yes, at least for this 13th edition, we have chapter 1, 2, 3, 4 in the file. Very likely, I will keep using the 13th edition. Okay, that's from our that's the textbook from our department. Our department told us to use that textbook, but in the past, I get special permission from the department to use the older edition. You know, okay, that's for textbook and calculator. Okay, you have 6 weeks to for the textbook you have, let's say 4 weeks. Okay, for your calculator you have 6 weeks. Okay, so if you say, Thomas, can I wait for my paycheck? I believe even 4 weeks is enough to get your, if you need your paycheck. Okay, but at the same time, what happened, Thomas, if I don't have enough money for the next 6 weeks, then I will try to get you the PDF file. Okay, so there's a question, should we get the 13th edition or the 10th edition? Well, let me just stick that with the 13th edition. Okay, the 13th edition. And the files, the first 3 chapters, actually 4 chapters, because the last file is actually chapter 3 and chapter 4. Are the one I uploaded, is it from the 13th edition? Yes. The files that I put here, yeah, the files I put here is the 13th edition. Yeah, that's the 13th edition. Okay, there's the 13th edition. Announcement. Okay, the last one is about this lecture. Okay, the lecture is done through Zoom. That's basically what we are doing. Okay, now, but if you want to watch the recording, then like what I said earlier, you go to Zoom and click cloud recording. Okay, but if you want to see my recording from the past, if in case you want to study in advance, then you can watch, click this link, and I give you this explanation here how you study. So the first, today you will watch the one from June the 16th, June the 16th. And then by next week, if you want to preview that, then you watch the June the 17th, June the 18th. Okay, so each next Friday, you can preview 2 lecture videos. Okay, now the thing is, the textbook they use at, again, the textbook they use at West ELAC College is different from East ELAC College. So when I say look at, in those videos, in these videos here, if I say look at page what, it's from their textbook, not your textbook. Okay, yeah, but don't worry about it. That's a good preview. I know it's a good preview. I know it's a good preview. The reason I say that because students already said the same thing to me from West ELAC College. Yeah, students from West ELAC College. This semester, I also teach the statistics at West ELAC College. So some of I already have feedback saying, "Oh, Thomas, it is very, very helpful." And I asked them, "Is it because does the textbook issue becomes a hindrance, becomes a situation that kind of like annoying. They say, no, I don't even have the textbook here. That's what they say, you know. Okay, yeah, that's for the announcement. The third announcement. Then let me go to the syllabus. The syllabus. We will run 2 classes at one. So we have 2 sections for this class. Okay. The 124922 is the lecture class, and 24923 is the lab. Okay, but in practice, what we will do, we will consider this just one class. You need to be here both days anyway. Okay, for both sections anyway. So instead that we say we end at 12:45, I don't remember. Okay, or 12 o'clock, we will just continue all the way to 1:35. Of course, we have breaks. Don't worry. Okay, we have breaks. Now, I will do my office hour through Canvas, basically just like earlier. I will start at 7:30, but you don't need to come at 7:30. Only if you have questions. The class starts at 8:20. Okay. Now my email. If you send me an email, I prefer you to send me email by the Canvas inbox here. Okay. This is the best way. Because last semester I told my students to send me email to my school email and my personal email, and it turns out that they get confused where they will get their reply. And then I realized, you know what, I basically have 3 emails right now: the Canvas email, my school email, and my personal email. So to streamline that, let's just use the Canvas email. Okay. But of course, if you still want to use my school email, my personal email, I will get it. I will get it too. Okay. So if you send it to my school email, I will reply it from my school email to wherever you send it from. Okay. I have a website for this class. This is extremely crucial. Nobody passed this class without knowing my website. Okay. I try to put more and more of my previous material to my website so that you can benefit from that. Okay, but I will go over this later. Okay, the textbook I showed you earlier. What's the textbook? Prerequisite, there's no prerequisite for this class, but of course you need to have a discipline, right? You need to have that fighting spirit that you want to pass this class. Okay, and you need to basically dedicate some of your time, not all your time, some of your time to be successful. Because this class is 4 units, then theoretically you need to spend 4 equivalent hours, including the lab hours becomes 5 hours in this class, and 8 hours outside of class, theoretically. Okay, now if you end up spending too much time, more than 8 hours to study between now and then see how you study. It is possible. It may be because you get distracted. Okay, but no, you don't need more than 8 hours. But I'm saying this not because I'm afraid you study too much. No. I never afraid. I never have anybody complaining to me that they study too much. Okay, I have people complaining to me that they think they study too much. It turns out they study too less. I have students saying that, Thomas, you give too much homework. I don't have time to do all of them. They say, how much time you spend on it? 2 hours. I say, hey, what? I really want to say, what the heck? You know, you're supposed to study 8 hours between now and next week. Okay, and that's actually the rule of thumb, not only for my class but for all classes. The number of units you take for that class multiplied by 2 tells you the number of hours you study outside of class. Okay, that's the reason when we say full-time student, they only take 12 units, then they define it as full-time already, because if you take 12 units, it implies you also need to study 24 hours in that week outside of class, a total of 36 hours. That's the idea behind it. Okay. Okay, but when you take a 4 units class, you don't complain for studying 2 weeks outside, 2 hours outside of that class per week. No. You don't study enough. Okay, you don't study enough, and I don't expect you to spend 8 hours to study. Also, I think, especially for the first couple of weeks, I think 4 hours per week is good enough. Okay, but you adjust that though. So Thomas, what happens if I'm a full-time student, I work full-time, and I have the children, you know, and I have one part-time job? Well, then you really have a lot in your plate though, if that's what you're doing. Now, I'm not saying that you should drop the class, no, but you know, if you have so much in your plate, it also implies you need to sleep less. Does it make sense? Right? Okay. Some people have no choice. I'm saying this from my own personal experience. I was that kind of person too. Okay. I work full time, and I did my master's, not undergrad. I did my master's full time also, and I have one part-time job. I pretty much sleep only 5 hours a day, and I would be happy if I can sleep 5 hours per day. Why? I have no choice. I need to improve my situation, because if I don't improve my situation, then eventually my family will depend on me while I don't have enough financial resource for them. Okay, so I was there before. Okay, and I hope you also understand. Keep that in mind, that the reason you come back to school is to improve the trajectory of your family tree. Okay, you want to fight for your family, and what you are doing now is to get enough tool to make it happen. Okay, yeah. So try to get away from there by not doing homework, not doing what you're supposed to do in this class, may not benefit you in the end. With me, trust me, when you ask me what is the benefit, I ask you to do this, nothing though. For me, it's like, hey, I teach this class. I teach this class, I get my paycheck. That's it, end of story, right? No, but no, I think I'm someone who has the passion. I chose to be a teacher. I chose to be an instructor. It's not something that I cannot work other place, therefore this is what I do. No, I chose to be a teacher. Now, I want my student to be successful, even more successful than me. Okay, I tell you what I did, and I hope if you can replicate that and do even better than me, that will be great. If you become a rich person later on, let me know. Okay, sharing is caring. Okay, now course description. Let me go back to my notes. Course description. This course basically consists of 3 major parts. Math 227. The first part of our course is descriptive statistics. That's the easy part, okay? But of course, you still need to study, you need to practice a lot, because in this first part here, we learn the procedure. Now, descriptive stats will run for approximately 3 weeks. Okay, so by September the 11th, I need you to read chapter 1 and chapter 2, watch the lecture video and read it, okay? But what I teach you in descriptive stats will be from chapter 3 only. Basically, descriptive stats supposed to be chapter 1 to chapter 3, but what I will teach you only the one from chapter 3. Chapter 1, chapter 2, you read, you watch lecture video. Okay, then after that, we get to the second part. This one is easy. Really, it's really easy. It's really easy. Okay, it's procedure. You have to memorize the procedure. You need to memorize the procedure. Of course, still you need to memorize some formula, but more into procedure. Now, the second one is the hard one. Is probability. Probability is hard. Okay? Now, saying that probability is hard, not to discourage you, not to talk down to you. No, no, I don't have that. There's no, that's not what I'm doing. When I say probability is tough, I'm trying to tell you that if you find, when we get to probability later on, and you find it to be hard, then you are very normal. Okay? Probability is tough. So if you find it to be hard later on, you are normal. Okay? But it simply means you need to study more. It doesn't mean that, oh, it's hard, so I will drop the class. No. What you need is study more. It's doable. It's doable. It's very doable. Okay? In fact, if you ask my experience, I have seen people in art major, in English major, get very, very high score in my statistic class and did very, very well in when it comes to probability. Okay, but if you ask them what they did, they studied. That's what I studied. And in fact, because of my stats class, they end up changing their major. You know, they have more interest in probability. Okay, now probability part will take us approximately 5 to 6 weeks. That's basically chapter 4 to chapter 6, as I remember. Chapter 4 to chapter 6. And then the later part, not so hard, not so easy, medium, is inferential statistics. Now, this will run approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, approximately 5 weeks. And I hope we have a chance, like what I did with my other class, we have a chance to go to linear regression. In which we will spend approximately only 1 week there. Okay, this will be chapter 7, 8, 9, and this may be chapter 10. Question mark. Not sure. Not sure. Okay. That's the material for our oops, hold on. I forget to change my, now you see what I wrote earlier? I'm sorry. I forgot to change my screen. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Okay, the material for this test, for this course, Math 227, the first part is the descriptive stats. That's on the easy part. It's mostly procedure, and we do it in the first 3 weeks. But in these 3 weeks, we will actually cover chapter 3 only, and not really from textbook though. I have my own material. You know, I have my own material, and I would like you to read chapter 1, chapter 2. Most of them terminologies, theory, which you can just watch lecture video and read from your textbook. Okay, chapter 3 is the one I need you to pay attention. Coding. So the thing is, when it comes to probability, the probability in our textbook is actually way too brief. It's not applicable. The probability that I plan to teach you, of course, you should be able to answer the problems from your textbook at the end. Okay, but I also want to teach you probability that we can use at least to compute, to count cards. Not professionally, but you know a little bit. Okay, now hopefully by you knowing how to do probability, then you know you should not gamble. Okay, because the casino is there. They call themselves entertainment company. Okay, but they are there for business. They are not there to give you money. Okay, if going to casino will give you money, then what's the point of them having a losing business, right? No, they are there as an entertainment company. Casino is there to make you feel happy, but at the same time, give you the excitement of losing money. Okay, yeah. One of the things I want you to learn from probability is not only doing problems in the textbook, you know how to count cards a little bit, and not only counting cards, how to apply that to if later on you do business. Okay, because mathematics is not interesting. Statistics especially is not interesting until you put $sign in front of that. Okay, then you know how people actually invest, taking risk for and aim for greater purpose. Okay, and the third part of this course is inferential statistics. That's when we learn how to make decisions based on the data we have. Go back to our syllabus. The grading. We will have 10% of our homework, which I call quiz in our campus here. 10%. The average of your quizzes will be 10% of your grade. Okay. Now, test 1, 2, 3, 4, each one of them 15%. The dates for your tests is given here. So your first test will be October the 9th. October the 9th, how many weeks from now? I think it should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 weeks from now. Okay, your test is your first test is 5 weeks from now. The next test is 3 weeks from then. And then the next test is 3 weeks from then. And then the next test will be 3 weeks from then. Then your final will be the week after your test. Okay, so if you ask me, Thomas, which days I need to be synchronously online, these are the dates. Okay, these are the dates. And actually just for the test, so you can say that you need to be synchronously online between, let's say around 8 o'clock to 10:20. After you turn it in, then you can leave if you want to. Okay. Instead of attending 15 of my class, you just need to attend 5 of these days, and even 5 of these days you just need to attend synchronously online for 2.5 hours, let's say. Okay, I try to be as less restrictive as possible, but the danger is those students who kind of like slack off, they tend to be very much behind before they realize that they are behind, you know. So my big warning to you is, since the beginning, you need to have that discipline, you need to have that decision, that, what you call that, you need to say to yourself that you really want to do it. Okay, have the discipline to study hard and study smart. Okay, furthermore, I usually don't give extra credit for my homework. Okay, but in each one of my tests, I have extra points. In test 1, 2, 3, 4, instead of 100 points for each one of my tests, I usually have around 105. You know, such that at the end of this semester, if you don't lose any points, there's a chance you end up with 106%. Okay, now even if I don't give you extra points in any one of my tests or homework, you still total 101%. Okay, because my final is supposed to be 30%, I make it 31%. Okay, so with this said, I need to tell you that I do not give extra points outside of this. Do not wait until you are not doing well in this class and then suddenly ask me, Thomas, can I have some extra credit, extra project to improve my grade? No, I don't do that business, and that's not fair. Okay, no, I don't do that. So since the very beginning, just do well. Okay. Put your 100% so that after you pass this class, you don't need to put anything else anymore. Okay, in fact, put your 100% into this class such that you can benefit from this class not only to transfer but also in your daily life. Okay, yeah. We are like 2 months to the election. We are 2 months to the election. One thing I would really like to teach you is how can you benefit financially, at least, okay, from this situation, whoever get elected. I know. California is is a democratic state, right? A state that majority Democrats. I know. But the thing is, California is not the only state in this country. Okay, so there's a chance that the other candidate is the one get elected, right? Okay, and of course I know some of us complaining, oh, you know what, I don't like him, I prefer this one, blah 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 blah. You know, trust me, whoever become the president, it will be better than if Thomas become the president. Okay, because if I were the president, I will gamble USA away. That's why I won't be. No, I'm half serious there.
Huh.
Half serious. I'm only half serious, half joking. Well, my point is this: these two candidates, if you try to look for good things in them, you can always find some. If you try to look for bad things in them, you can always find some. They are human. They are human. Okay, you should be grateful that Thomas is not one of the candidates, because I will be a lot worse. I will be a lot worse, you know. Okay. But then what I try to teach you as my students, okay, is like, can you think of a way that whoever get elected, you still can benefit from that? You know, I think around 5 or 6 weeks from now, I may talk about that a little bit. I may talk a lot about that a little bit. You know, for example, it is quite a history that when the president is from Democratic Party, it is quite a history that U.S. dollar becomes weaker. When I say this, it's not in negative sense. It's not in negative sense. No, don't take it in the negative sense. No. This is not always true though, okay? This is not always true, but we can say in general, especially right after a Democratic president elected, if the president is a Democrat, there's a chance that US dollar actually go down. Not a lot, okay? And when the Republican president, when the president is from Republican, then US dollar tends to get stronger. Okay? I'm Indonesian, so I actually pay attention to, especially my family still in, my parents, my in-laws, my grandparents, my sister, my brother still in Indonesia. Okay, so I send money to them a lot, right? Okay, I actually have side business also, sending stuff to Indonesia. Oh, that's my personal story. You know, some students find it to be interesting, some students find it to be boring. Well, anyway, so if US dollar is if I expect, for example, the candidate from Democratic Party, the one get elected, then I expect US dollar will get cheaper, right? Okay, then what can I do to benefit from that? For example, then what I think I will do is I buy Indonesian dollar right now. Then once US dollar decrease, I buy US dollar back. You know, okay. Now what happened if it seems like the Republican president, the president will be Republican? Then what I think I will do is I will buy American stuff and send it to Indonesia. You know, I buy it before the result of election came out. Okay, Then once it arrives in Indonesia, the result already come out. That's how I think I can benefit from that. Okay, so instead of depending on my wellness, my life wellness depends on who get elected. Okay, I try to teach you in a little sense, at least to open your mind that there's a possibility that you can get something from whatever happened. Okay. People call that sneaky. I call that wise. Grading cutoff. Grading cutoff. My A is 90%. My B supposed to be 80%. I make it 79. My C is supposed to be 70%. I make it 68. So before we take any tests, do any quiz, I already curved the grading cutoff, but I will not curve that anymore in future. Okay. And strangely though, I don't need to do so. Okay. I always have students doing very well in my class. Okay. And then basically the numbers fall in place nicely. The only time that it didn't work that well was, is it last fall or 2 falls ago? I think last fall. Last fall is the class that I was to the point of almost crying in class. It was so terrible. The result was so terrible last fall. But spring was okay. Prior to that was okay too. In the summer was okay too. Excuse me. But even in that case, when I share my situation with the department chair, I found that I was not the only person and the only stats instructor who had that issue, you know. So then, even then, I didn't curve. Even then, I didn't curve. Okay, I don't need to curve. Trust me. I trust that. I believe that I have enough students from this class who will do very, very well. Oh, in the summer, in my summer, a couple months ago, 2 months ago, the person who I have one student get nearly perfect score. Okay, she got I think 103% at the end. Her average was 103%. She was a middle schooler. She was a middle school, not even a high school, not a college student. She was a middle school who took stats class. Now you may say, oh, she's very smart. I have seen very smart students taking this class and still tank them, still flank this. No, I don't think it's because she was smart. Maybe she is smart, but I think more importantly, she's someone clearly studied. Okay, take it from the positive point, positive side, that if a middle schooler can get a very strong A, I should be able to do that too. Okay, now I have to admit, when I say that she was a middle schooler, it also implies she very likely, as I know, she didn't need to work, right? And you, of course, because we are more already past the high school age, very likely already work, right? Okay, but the thing is, she did it in the summer though. She did it in the summer where most students actually not working. Okay, yeah, I know that she has less burden, less responsibility as a middle schooler. Okay, but at the same time, that's something you can actually manage such that you can be doing very well also in my class. At the end of, after I turned in the grade, she actually came to talk to me and say that, Thomas, you know what, I now can understand a lot of things that even outside of this class, and why people do things that I don't understand why people did in the past. Now it becomes reasonable. You know, one of the things she mentioned was about the Bayes theorem thing. When I explained Bayes theorems, probability 3. You know, okay. Important dates: last day to add the class, to drop without W, and to drop with W are listed here. I hope these dates is something you don't need. Okay, but the last day to drop without W is basically before midnight of September the 13th. I think that's Sunday. That's Sunday. Okay, so if you think, oh, Thomas, I don't think I can survive this class, but I don't want to get a W, then drop before that time. Okay. But again, I hope you don't need to drop the class. Notes, having a textbook is a must. No one without textbook ever passed my class. And that's why I provide you the files, chapter 1, chapter 2, and chapter 3, 4. Okay, and I hope that gives you enough time to get your textbook and get it cheap. Okay, if you can get the PDF file somewhere, you know, go get it. If you can get the PDF file somewhere, go get it. You know what? Let me tell you where you can get it. Give me a second. Second, for attendance, I don't need you to attend the lecture synchronously. I just need you to reply here on the discussion board for that day. Now, any 2 consecutive days of missing such reply basically means you are not attending the class for 2 consecutive days, 2 weeks in your case, then I have a reason to drop you, okay? Now, the discussion board for the day will be available for commenting for 1 week. So next week, Friday, I will turn off the commenting and I will close that from commenting, okay? Now, and then when it comes to tests and finals, you need to be online synchronously. The dates are given here. Those are the dates. I don't plan to change the dates. Okay, and what time, Thomas? Basically, the time from 8 o'clock to 11 to 10:30. I say that here. So which days? You see that from my syllabus. Which time? You see that from announcement 1. Okay, next. No makeup test. The exception only given in case of some emergency. Actually, let me say it this way. I will give you 1 makeup test. I allow you to have 1 makeup test, at most 1. Only 1 makeup test will be allowed, okay? But no makeup test for test 4. For test 4, no makeup test. Let me say it again. Test 4, no makeup test. Either test 1 or test 2 or test 3 or final, but only 1 of them. Okay, only 1 of them. And when I say makeup test, it is not a test retake. No. If you took the test and you don't do well, that's your grade. No retake. Okay, makeup test is for a situation where something really happened and you cannot avoid that, so you need to take it at a time. Okay, that's what we call makeup test, not retake. Okay. Now, once you see my test for that day, then you have to finish that. You have to do it. You cannot say, Thomas, I took the test for 1 hour, but I get really dizzy. Can I take the test other time, makeup test? The answer is no. Once you have access to that test, you have to finish it. Okay. Now, but Thomas, what's the reason you don't give makeup test for test 4? Because test 4 and final is only 1 week different. Any days we postpone test 4 for you, let's say you happen to be not available to take the test on December 11th, right? And suppose I let you do the makeup, then you will do it on the next couple of days, right? Let's say December the 13th. But for each day you postpone your test 4, that's also the day you deduct from studying for your final. It's like you are sacrificing your final for your test 4, which is not a good idea. I prefer that if you miss your test 4, then just take your final right away. Okay, just take your final right away. If I see that your attendance near perfect, okay, you don't do makeup test prior to that, okay, and you just miss test 4, then what I will do is whatever the final grade you get, I will copy paste that for your test 4 also. Okay, if you don't miss any test prior to that, okay, and your attendance, your here is near perfect or perfect, Okay, then whatever you get in your final, I will copy paste that to your test score. Okay, that's what I do if you miss test 4 while not missing other time. Okay, now, but I also would like you to know legally under what situation your instructor required to, under what situation your instructor is required to accommodate you without penalizing you. I need you to know, I would like you to know your rights. Okay, what is your right? Only under three situations, only under 3 situations your instructor, not only me, every instructor, your instructor is required to accommodate you. Accommodate your absence. And in this case, I cannot and I will not count it against your 1 makeup test quota. The first one is, can anybody help me with these 3 situations? Do you know? Anybody knows these 3 situations? You usually know your right more than your obligation, right? Okay, so I hope you know this. Death, no, actually no. If it's your death, then that's it. You're done for your life. You don't even think about your class, right? But no, family death, anybody's death is not one of the situations your instructor is required by law to accommodate. No, it's not. Unfortunately, no. The first one is jury duty. If you have jury duty, then your instructor is required to accommodate you. And I will be happy to accommodate you because you are actually exercising your civic right, civic privilege, and your civic duty. Okay, the second one, military duty or military obligation. Especially if you are reserve, okay, and all of a sudden, let's say tomorrow you need to go to Camp Pendleton, you're a Marine, you need to go to Camp Pendleton, and this Friday you need to report for duty already. Okay, then just give me paperwork from your commanding officer. Okay, if you have jury duty, then also let me know, give me the paperwork. Okay, but you don't need this actually except when you have a test though. You see what I mean? Because for other dates, you can just do your attendance in other time. It doesn't have to be Friday, right? Okay, it doesn't have to be Friday. You can do it on Sunday. You can do it the Monday after, okay? As long as within that 1 week, okay? But just in case that you happen to have a jury duty right on Friday, then give me the paperwork right on Friday, and that Friday happens to be a test, then give me the paperwork, okay? Or if you are called to your station by your commanding officer, then let me know in advance. And the third one is religious obligation. Now, by law, if you have a holiday which coincides with my test, then by law, you need to tell me in the first 2 weeks of the semester that you will miss which day. So for example, on week number 13, let's say, I just make up stories, okay? I just make up, pick this as an example. Let's say week 13, we have a test, let's say, okay? Even though it happens in week 13, you're supposed to tell me way in advance. In the first 2 weeks of the semester, you need to tell me already that week 13, you have a religious holiday that you want to observe. Okay, then I have to accommodate you. Okay, that's the law. Now, what happened in my class? In my class, I don't mind you if you have such kind of holiday and you don't tell me in advance. You can tell me, let's say 1 week before that. Let's say again, we have a test on week 13, and then you just realize that in week 12. Okay, 1 week before that, and you just let me know, and then we arrange the makeup test for you. And that makeup test will not be counted against the quota I give you. Okay, only these 3 situations your instructor is required to accommodate your absence. Only in these 3 situations. Now, I am not saying, however, I am not saying that in other situations that I will not accommodate. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I said earlier is the law required the instructor to accommodate. Okay, but in other case, let's say if you have family death or you happen to be sick, then a reasonable instructor usually, of course, reasonably give you a makeup test in that situation. Okay, so even though death, family death is not a situation required by law for the instructor to accommodate, I will accommodate such situation. Okay, but I will also count it. Therefore, I will also count it against this one-time makeup test quota. Okay. Okay. Now, but Thomas, what happened if of these 5 days? Is it possible? Is it possible that it happens that I have 2 family death among these 5 test days? Okay, is it possible? Yes, it's possible. But we learn probability in this class. Then you will see the probability is so small that you purposely make them die during my test. If that happened, it's more likely you did something to them. No. Basically, I'm saying is this. We are talking about probability. Not only is it possible. Is it possible? Yes, it's possible. How possible it is? Very, very unlikely, such that I prefer to say, no, it won't happen. Okay, it won't happen. Okay, you may have family, I hope not, of course, but somebody may have 3 family deaths in this semester. But it is the probability is so small that 2 of them or more hits exactly on these 5 days. It's very, 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 very unlikely. Okay, it's so small such that I prefer to say that you make up the stories. Okay, now let me use other more comfortable illustration. Thomas, is it possible that I have accident in one of these days? That's possible. How probable it is? It's very unlikely though. It's very unlikely. Like you have been driving for, let's say, 5 years. How many accidents you have? You know, how many accidents you have? No. So is it possible that you have 1 accident among these 5? It's possible, but it's very, very low. But still, I give 1 makeup test, right? Now, then let's increase that number. Is it possible that among these 5 days, I have 2 accidents, Thomas? It is possible that the probability is super small. The probability is super small. But Thomas, what if it really happened? If it really happened that you have accidents on 2 of these days, something wrong with your driving skill. You purposely have an accident to avoid my test. You see what I mean? Okay, and I feel strange that when you take tests, you're supposed to take it, my assumption, you're supposed to take it at home, right? Why do you drive? Right? So you just purposely bang your car somewhere and call that accident so that you can get a makeup test. That's silly, right? Okay, 1 makeup test, that's what I give you. Okay, I hope you see that I hope you see that I'm reasonable, right? I try to be nice, but at the same time, I don't want people to take advantage of me. Okay, I have 1 wife. That's 1 too many. Don't take it seriously. Okay, now, no late homework accepted. Okay, you will have at least 48 hours to turn in your homework. In fact, in your case, you will have approximately 1 week. Okay, so please check your Canvas let's say on Saturday or on Sunday, I may suddenly post a homework for you to turn in, okay? But I try to give you to post the quiz or homework before the beginning of the class so that you know, so that you can see that the homework is there, okay? Now, and then number 5, let me say this. You have one homework due next week, right? Quiz 0. Okay, expect another one that I will post tomorrow. Okay, expect another quiz that I will post tomorrow or Sunday. Now, during tests and final, you are required to be online with you, your test, your stationery on your desk, visible and audible at all time. No, I don't curve your grade. I already give extra credits. I also already changed the grading cutoff, but no more. Studying hard sometimes results in good grade, but never expecting a good grade if you don't. Group study is very, very important, and you will know very soon why. Testing policy, closed book, open notes. Oh, Thomas, you're so nice. Open notes, TI-84 required. If you use TI-83, go for it, that's fine. Okay, but for your test 1, you need a calculator. You don't need TI-84 for your test 1. For your test 2 and on, you need TI-84 or TI-83 in this case. Okay, now, but I need to give you a warning about open notes. I let you do open notes for your test so that homework is due 48 hours from when? From when I post it. From when I post it. So, but it's not always 48 hours. It's at least 48 hours. The due time will be your class time, during your class time. So let's say I post something on Sunday, right? I post something on Sunday. I will make it due in 2 days. No. I will make it due on Friday morning. Okay, even if I post it today, I will do on Friday. It will always do on Friday. But the thing is, I will give you enough time as long as you check your Canvas pretty much on daily basis, such that you have enough time to do your homework. And in your case, it will be at least 4 days. At least 4 days. The latest I will post it, and I want you to turn it in, will be on Sunday. I post it on Sunday and do on Friday. Okay. Now, going back to this open note, I let you use I let you have an open note test so that it will reduce your anxiety, your stress level. Okay, but it doesn't mean you don't study prior to the test. You need to study prior to the test. Okay, when you study, then you summarize it, do your own cheat sheet, right? And then during the test, then you have your cheat sheet next to you. And I know, I believe you have much less stress level if you are allowed to have cheat sheet, right? Okay, but what I don't want to happen is this. It happens before, and it still happened even in this this summer. Okay, students who they know, oh, we have open notes, so they didn't study until the test day. During the test, they study. During the test, they study, but when they study during the test, guess what? They don't have enough time to do their test because they waste their time studying, which they're supposed to do before the test. Okay, so don't rely on this open note too much as if you don't need to do anything else. No, you still need to study. Okay, open notes is there to help you in case you kind of question, did I write the formula correctly? Did I do the procedure correctly? Then you look at your notes just to confirm it, right? But you don't study during the test. Okay, one way I know that students didn't study prior to the test and try to study during the test is when they ask me, Thomas, can I have more time? No, I don't give you more time. Especially right after the test, we have lecture. I cannot give you more time. I don't want to give you more time. Okay, so please be wise. Do not offer you. I want you to take advantage with these open notes, but not in a way that it is not intended. I want you to study. I want you to have the summary at hand. I want you to have less stress during the test. Okay, I want to get the best of you reflected in your test. But if you don't do your best, if you don't study prior to the test, then you won't have enough time when it comes to your test, okay? Warning for repeating students, basically you need to study, okay? Basically you need to study. I try to be, I know I'm a good teacher. I'm sorry if you don't agree with me, but no, you don't need to agree with me. I know I'm a good teacher. Are you a good student? Okay, even when I am a good teacher and you are a good student, there is still a chance that we don't match. Okay, it turns out that my teaching style and your learning style don't match. That's possible, very unlikely though. Okay, that's possible. But imagine if you have a good teacher and you are not a good student. If I learned this from my math teacher in middle school. She is the one who made me want to be a teacher. She said this: if you're a good teacher, would you expect anything less than good from your student? No, I don't think so. Because I'm a good teacher, I put my effort into this class. I expect you to also do the same, right? Okay. So the reason I give you, for example, open notes, right? The reason I let you do the webcam thingy only, and I don't do proctorio. The reason I give you this file such that you can study at least for the first 4 weeks. I provide you all the tools you need to be successful in this class. Therefore, I expect you to be successful. Okay. Now I know some people have these other obligations, such that for good reason you are not successful yet. But as long as you are going to the right direction, you are fine. What I don't want to happen is I already give you all the tools. You have all the tools and you have the leisure of studying, but you don't really apply yourself. You are wasting your time. Okay? You are wasting your time. No, I want you to be successful. Okay? Last one, you may be recorded during any test or final. Of course, when I record you for your test or final, I will not post it on YouTube unless you want me to. Okay, but no, I don't think that's appropriate, right? But I record it anyway, such that if one day I get audited, you know I don't use proctorio, right? Okay, I don't use proctorio. So one day I may get audited and being asked, Thomas, so if you don't use proctorio, how did you run your test? How did you proctor your test? Then I can show them the recording. Okay, so yeah, during the test I record them and I did it appropriately. Okay. I warned them ahead that I will record them. Okay, and this is when I warned you that I will record you during your test or final. Okay, now California law, I want you to realize, California law does not require me to get your permission to be recorded. No, it doesn't require me to get your permission. California law only require me to tell you that you will be recorded. Okay. Of course, if you don't want to be recorded, then don't take the test. Why don't you just drop the class, right? Okay, you will be recorded during the test and final. How will I use it? I will not post it to public. I will use it only if I get audited or if I catch you cheating. If I catch you cheating and I report that to the academic affair, or to be more appropriate, student affair, and I need to show them the evidence. Now, last semester, I caught a student doing that. Okay, and that's when the recording being used against him. In fact, he didn't realize that I already warned him 3 times that I caught him cheating. I gave him the warning, basically telling him, you know what, if I were you, I'd drop the class. You know what, if I were you, I'd drop the class. He insists that he was clean. So on the final, I still caught him doing the same thing. I report him to the academic affair. Okay, so the purpose of this recording mainly for auditing, but also if you are cheating. Of course, if you are clean, if you are not someone cheating, okay, then you should be fine. But Thomas, you know what happened if during the test I need to go to restroom? Come on, it's restroom. I will be reasonable. I mean, it's okay, right? You go to restroom, just go. Just leave your test, in my view, right? And then when you come back, you keep on doing it. But Thomas, what if during what if somebody go to restroom and cheat? How do you want to cheat? If you go to restroom, okay, well, What if I go to your website and then see the previous tests and so on and so forth? Then just do it, because it's supposed to be on your notes anyway, right? Anyway, in other words, you can use any tool you want. The only thing I don't want you to do during the test is you get help from other people, okay? But if you go online, you can find the solution, go for it, okay? I assume if you search online to find the solution, it will take you a lot more time though. In the end, then you don't have time to finish your test, right? So there are a lot of flexibility, okay? But when I say we record it, what happened to that student is the test that he showed me on the Zoom is different from the test that he submit. So apparently during the test, he pretend to take the test, but then somebody else did the test and turn it in on his behalf. That's what happened, you know. And I found it. I caught him. Then he got a big warning from West LA College. Thomas, can we use the phone during the test? Yes, you can. I don't mind. How many times you want to use your phone during the test? Okay. Oh, by the way, that brings me one thing. The TI-84 has an emulator that you can download on your phone. If so, you go to, I think you can search it. You can Google it. You type TI-84 emulator. Let me show you. TI-84 emulator, and they will tell you which app is that. TI-84 emulator. Okay, now you can download it on your computer. Okay, I think they give you like 3 months. They will give you 3 months to use it. This is from TI, so this is the real one. But some people actually use the app, TI-84 app. TI-84 on the Google. So if you go use your phone and you look for it, right? And you may find some. I think it's this one. Yeah. Now the problem is there are some features that we can use our calculator, the real calculator with, okay? And this app turns out to be not usable. I mean, in other words, you have TI-84 app on your smartphone, but then when you try to use it, there are some features that app cannot do. Okay, so can you use that? Well, go ahead, just good luck, you know, good luck. What I'm afraid is like you think that you have the TI-84 on your smartphone and it turns out there are many features in there, many programs in there you cannot use. Okay. How about Casio FX 115 Plus calculator? Is it okay to use? If you can use that for, you can definitely use that for the first 5 weeks. But more than that, I don't think so. More than that, I don't think so. Okay, because TI-84 has the program in which we can do a lot of some statistical procedure by just punching in the number. So I don't think Casio FX 115 has that, you know. But if you think it has that, you know, fine, do it. You know, I don't mind. I don't mind. You know, okay. What I don't want to happen is you think it works, but it doesn't. That's what I don't want to happen. Okay. Now let me tell you this though. Yeah, so we must get TI-84. Yes, you must get TI-84. One way to get around that, how to get around that, if you really want to get around that, if you really don't want, but this is iffy. I never really have any students actually trying doing this. So the first 6 weeks you use regular calculator, that's 1.5 months, right? Okay, then once we start need to use TI-84, then you download the program, the one I showed you earlier, on your computer. the one I showed you earlier, TI-84 emulator, TI-84 emulator, and you can download it. I think they give you 3 months free. So if you use Windows, you will download this one. If you use Apple, you use this one. Okay, but it gives you 3 months. Now, because I am an instructor, then I get it, the full version one without paying. I almost buy it until one instructor told me, no, Thomas, you can actually get it for free. You know, I need to have it though, because what? I'm an instructor. I will use this all the time, right? Okay, but this is what I have. This is what I have. You see this? Yeah, this is what I have. You know, now then the program that TI-84 has that other calculator doesn't have, except maybe TI-83 or TI-89, is this one. You go to distribution. It has a lot of statistical distribution, normal distribution, T distribution, chi-square distribution, F distribution, binomial distribution, Poisson distribution, geometric distribution. And then it also have the stat feature in which you can plug in numbers. You can plug in numbers, and then let's say, let me see if I have that. Yeah, I have some numbers here, and then I can use that to find, for example, the sample mean, the sum of x, the sum of x squared, the sample standard deviation, population standard deviation, the minimum, the max, the first quartile, the median, the third quartile, and so on and so forth. Even though I will not use that feature at the beginning. Okay, so if you want to get away with the calculator, but you have a laptop, then you can do that thing. I don't recommend that though. I don't recommend that. At least I don't recommend it because nobody ever tried that yet. Okay, I don't want you to be my, what you call it, my, what is the word? Guinea pig. Like I tell my students to be the one trying it, and then I don't want to take the, I want to be, yeah, guinea pig, right? I don't want you to be the guinea pig. I don't want you to be the one. Imagine if something doesn't work, I don't want you to blame me too, right? Okay, so if that's what you want to do, fine. I actually have one student doing that last semester though, in the summer, and he got an A. He got an A. So the first, it's a winter, it's a summer, right? So it's only 2 months. So since the beginning, he used the emulator, okay, and he was actually fine. Now in your case, in our case, we have the classes is 3.5 months, but the trial, I think, is only 2 months. So how do you get away with the other couple weeks, you know, the other 6 weeks? And, that's what I'm afraid that it doesn't work. Okay, you need to study basically academic dishonesty. Don't cheat. Okay, I don't mind you to cheat from your notes, which actually implies if you want to open your book, go for it. I don't care. I don't care. You know, I don't recommend that though. If you study, then you should summarize and have your cheat sheet. Okay, and that's what you do. But if you want to get help from your book, fine. What I ask you, do not get help from anybody else. Okay. Now, one disclaimer. This is very important. In this course, we may discuss some controversial issue. Okay. Now, the purpose of such discussion is solely for the sake of argument and applying what we learn. Now, there will be no support nor against implied from such discussion. Okay. So when I talk about the presidential election, for example, okay, or when I talk about the protests that we have around our country, for example, okay, please do not see that as if I'm supporting or against any candidate supporting or against those protests. Okay, no, please don't see it that way. Of course, I have my own opinion, right? But I'm not trying to project those opinions to you. Okay, we will talk about those only for sake of applying what we learn. And I use the cases around us because I believe using such examples, such illustrations, something we can easily understand. You know, imagine if I talk about the issue of the presidential election happened in year 2000. Would you like me to do that? To be more precise, the election was the year 2000. The case of who is that? Bush and Al Gore. Anybody knows the situation at that time? Maybe to be more precise, how many of you don't know the situation at that time? Most of you don't know, because it happens 20 years ago. And even if you're already born at the time, there's a big chance you don't know because you are still too young, right? Okay, so when I try to use such issues 20 years ago, you don't find it to be relevant, and I need to spend a lot of time in describing to you what happens at that time, right? Now, that's why that I may use illustration from the events happening around us, controversial enough that get your attention. You see what I mean? Okay, yeah. And once it is controversial, then you can cite either way, right? And you will see why somebody support this and why somebody support the opposite side. Okay, and we apply our statistic into why this, why that, under this situation. Those who are for what is for what. Like for example, okay, one case about Republican and Democrat. Okay, people, of course, there are rich people actually supporting Democratic candidate. Okay, but statistically speaking, people who are middle class or above tend to support Republican candidate, especially if they have their own business. That's a fact. That's statistic. Okay, and of course, students like you, okay, and public servant like me, we tend to support Democratic candidate. Why? Because of their platform, because of their agenda. Okay, so it is normal if you as a student, for example, will support, for example, Bernie Sanders, right? Why? Because Bernie Sanders actually fighting, we know that he has been fighting so hard to get rid of student loan, like forfeit the student loan. In other words, if you have student loan, then you don't need to pay it back anymore. He is someone for a free tuition college. Like you don't need to pay anything. The textbook's supposed to be very cheap, and so on and so forth, right? So you and I very likely will support a candidate like him, right? Okay, but not everybody in this country are students. There are people who run business, right? Now they have different agenda, okay? They have different goal, and other candidate may serve their purpose better, right? Okay, so I hope when I say it that way, you don't say that, oh, Thomas, you're for Bernie Sanders. Oh, Thomas, you're for Joe Biden. Oh, Thomas, you're for Trump. No, that's not my purpose. My purpose is I want you to see the situation and how we as statisticians can depict the picture better and benefit from that. And who knows, you can make money from that. You know, who knows, you can make money from that. Okay, yeah. So I'm saying that it is possible. I am a Democrat, but at the same time, I work for a Republican candidate. It is possible. It is possible. But Thomas, don't you think that's kind of like not your integrity? No, when I work, that's for money. When I work, I'm not saying that I support that person. I'm not volunteering for that person, for that candidate. I work, I want the money. That person want my statistics skill. So why not? You know? Okay. So don't take it too much and overstretch that as if that I'm trying to influence you with your vote later on. Nah, no need, no need. Actually, this is California. You know the outcome already, even before the election's done. Okay, that's for the disclaimer. Okay, because there were one time I did a topic quite sensitive, just for linear regression, and then when I try to explain linear regression, and I get a big complaint. I get a very big complaint, and that person misunderstood me so badly. You know, yeah, she came late to the class, so she didn't hear the whole story. Well, anyway, that's for disclaimer. Okay, please do not take any topic in this class as if I'm supporting it or against that. No, no, we just use that for statistics. Okay. So if you ask me, Thomas, are you against students? No, they are my students. Okay, you can tell from how I run this class. I want you to be successful, right? Okay, but am I for business? Well, if they give me money, why not? If they give my students good pay, why not? Right? If my students can get the job and because they learn their stats, why not? Right? I will even demand a better pay. You know, but of course, better pay comes with a better skill too, right? Okay, now last one, if you need accommodation, then please contact the DSPS office. Okay, and then they will do the, you will do the paperwork with them, and they will contact me on what kind of accommodation you need. Do it as soon as possible though, because I know that last semester, after week number 3 or week number 4, they don't do such verification anymore. Okay, so do it as soon as possible. Now, right now it's 10:43. I want to give you a break. After the break, we come back. I will talk about our website, and then we go on with our lesson. Okay, let's take a break. Give me a second. Let's take a break. Right now it's 10:43. Let's come back at 10:55. Okay, see you later. The next thing I want to show you is my website. My website is harjuno.com, just my last name.com. I share this website with 2 other instructors at West ELAC College, and this website, it belongs to me. Mr. Chang only borrow some space from me. By the way, Mr. Chang was a student at East ELAC College. So he was, I think he was there in 2004, 2005. He was a student there around that time. Well, anyway, he is now teaching alongside with me at West ELAC College. At West ELAC College, I'm a full-time instructor. At East ELAC College, I'm an adjunct, even though we are sister college in the same district, right? But I'm a full-time there. That's why when you look at my school email, my school email is West ELAC College, WLAC, not ELAC, okay? Now, anyway, once you get to my website, you will click my name or my face. Then you will get to my, page. Now, there are 2 things that I want to share with you. The easy one first, the one important but not very, very crucial. The first one is lecture video. On the menu, there's a drop down under video, click lecture video. And then when you scroll down under East ELAC College, lecture video for Math 227. Now remember I told you to read chapter 1 and chapter 2. Now before you read that, I strongly suggest to watch this lecture video first. Okay, Yeah, I strongly suggest you to watch this lecture video first, at least chapter 1, chapter 2, before you start reading chapter 1, chapter 2. Because when you read it, our textbook actually gives you so much details that you may be lost in details. While when you watch the lecture video, they give you the summary first, basically. Okay, and of course you can actually watch further if you like. Okay, it gives you a brief lecture about what you will see in my class though. However, it is not to substitute. This lecture video is not to substitute my lecture, it is to supplement my lectures. Okay, that's about the lecture video. Let me show you again how to get there. Let me show you how to get there. We start from, this is my website, right? I start from very beginning. This is my website. Click on my name or my face. And then under video, go to lecture video. Okay, you scroll down under ELAC College, you will see Math 227, and they have lecture videos for you to watch. Let me click one of them. Is it what you see? Yeah, then you can play it. The good thing about these lecture videos is it's not by me. I don't think you can hear the voice, but you can manage it yourself when you, because you won't hear, I don't think you will hear the voice because it go through me and then through Zoom and then to you, right? So somewhere in between the voice get cut off, maybe, I'm not sure. But once you open it on your own, then you will be able to hear the voice. Now on the top of that, for non-English speaker, if you are not a native speaker like me, when I first came to the United States 20 years ago, I have hard time to understand English. I understand that in writing, but when people say something, I think it's too fast for me at that time. I could not understand clearly. So the closed caption actually very helpful. And for Spanish speaking students, it may be also helpful if you have the Spanish closed caption. Hold on, why it's not showing? Yeah. Okay. I would like you to know that my website is being accessed by a lot of people who are not my students. Yeah. They are people who are not my students, but they use my website to gain access to the lecture videos and to study math and English at the same time. Okay. Now, how do you get that? I get that message from chat, from my website. From my website, harjuno.com. That's my website, harjuno.com. My last name.com. And then click my name or my face. Then on my page, on the menu video, click lecture video. And scroll down to ELAC College Math 227. Okay. Now, remember, one of your assignment is to read chapter 1, chapter 2 of the textbook, right? If you don't have the textbook, get the file from my from Canvas in the file folder. Okay, but I strongly suggest you, before you read it, watch this lecture video first, because it gives you the summary first before you read the textbook with a lot of details. Now that's the important one, but now I give you more important and crucial. Under teaching, go to previous teaching. Under teaching, go to previous teaching. Then you will see the list of classes I have taught at West ELAC College since 2007 until now. Okay, but what you need is the one under ELAC College. You scroll down further, you will see ELAC College. Okay. Now, why I want to show you this? Because if you take a look on my last semester's classes, previous semester, I think from fall 19. From fall 19, you will see fall 19, so exactly one last year, right? You will see the quizzes I gave them. If you click this, let's say this one. This is the quiz I give them. Now for you, oops, this is test 3. What happened? Did I click the wrong one? Yeah, this is quiz one. Huh? Anyway, that's the wrong update. From fall 19, quiz 2, this is quiz 3. Okay, now for you, don't worry about the quiz because you will have at least 48 hours. In fact, you will have a weekend, not a weekend, more than 4 days to do that. Okay, but if you want to see my old test, I don't give you sample tests anymore in this class. I don't give you sample tests. I give you my previous test. This is the test I gave in fall 19. The blank test. Fall 19, the blank test. Your test will be very similar to this. Of course, I will change the numbers. Okay, maybe the wording also a little bit. So dealing with different cases. Okay, now the thing is, the S here supposed to be for solutions, but if you don't see the link there, it means I don't have the solution. This test 4, for example, this test 4, this is the test, the blank test. Okay, but next to it, the S, there's a link. So if you click that, you will see the solution. Okay, and if a student did very well, and I think he's, or in this case, it's a he, but sometimes it's a she, writing is very nice, then I will just use that person's work as a solution. Okay, but not only fall 19 though. If you go back further, let's say spring 19, last year, I have a blank test from that semester too, so that you know what to expect from me. And I happen to have the solution also for test 1, so that you know what I expect from you. Is it okay? And not only for these two, it's a test 1 with solution, test 2 with solution, test 3 with solution, test 4 without solution, but I don't have final here. So you may need to dig in some to actually have a better picture of my old test. Fall 18, I have the blank test. Similar questions, different numbers, right? Because especially test 1 is just procedure. Most of them just procedure. No solution. Test 4 with solutions. And go back further. Spring 18. I have only blank test. Only test 3 has solutions. Okay. And you can go back further. Fall 15. See, I have blank test, no solution at all. I think my winter 14 is the one I have quite complete. Yeah, test 1 solution, test 2 solution, test 3 solution, test 4 solutions, final, even with solutions. Okay, so my old test is enough to give you ideas what will my test will look like. Of course, once in a while I throw in new questions that you never seen in my old test. Okay, but the concept will be something already taught in class. Okay, now, so put it this way. If all you want is a C so that you can transfer, study from my old test, okay, to the point that you may need to memorize them. Excuse me. Okay, you still need to do something to get to earn that C though, but it's doable even if all you do is memorizing. Okay, you still need to learn something, trust me. You still need to learn something in between when you memorize, right? To get an A, you need to work hard for that. Okay, you need to work hard for that. But is your A doable, Thomas? Very doable. Very doable. A lot of people did it before. Okay, and yes, I have enough material for my old test, from my old semester, previous statistic class to study from. Okay, and that's why I have this website. That's why I have this website. Okay. How do you write your test, Thomas? Well, I have my sample test there, but I actually took a lot of questions from other universities, especially for test 4. Yeah, test 4, because all of them actually word problems. And I'm afraid that my English is not that clear, such that I copy paste problems from other universities. Okay, not only from one university, a lot of other universities. So let's say my test 4 number 1 coming from MIT, number 2 from Harvard, number 3 from Columbia, number 5 from UC Berkeley, and number 1 from University of Washington, so on and so forth. Now you may get scared when I say I take it from MIT, until when you see the question, oh, that's the question we did in class anyway. You know, so no, don't be too afraid when you hear those big names. Okay, those are big names because the teachers did their job. Okay, now I'm not saying that teachers at East LA College not doing their job, but we have to admit some teachers at East LA College not doing their job. Some, not all, not majority, but some. Okay, such that students just pass the class without without the skill attached to that class, supposed to come with that class. Okay, now let me go back to our notes here. Any question? No question. Okay, let me start the lesson. Measure of central tendency. There are, maybe I write that, yeah, there are 3 measures of central tendency. I will explain to you later on what does it mean to be central tendency, maybe even next week. But right now we do the computation first. The first one is the mode, which means the most frequent data. The second, the median, is the middle data, of course, after we sort them. After we put them in order. And the last one is the mean, which is basically the sum divided by count. Now, very likely you have seen the mean in the past. Very likely you have the mean in the past. Now let's use some examples to explain this. Yeah, now you need to memorize these 3 though, okay? You need to memorize these 3. For example, suppose I have the data given to us, let's say 23, 17, 21, and then 18, and then 18, and then 24, and then 18. So let's say that that's the data. There are 7 data. Okay. Now then, part A, what's the mode? What is the most frequent data? The one that happens most often. The mode will be 18. Right? Is it easy enough? Okay, let's go on. Part B. How about the median? Now, for us to get the median, we need to put them in order first. Okay, so we need to sort them first. Let me use red color here, sort. We usually sort it from the smallest number to the largest number, but actually you can go either way, from the smallest to the largest or from the largest to the smallest. So I get 17, 18, 18, 18, 21, 23, 24. So the data in the middle is this 18 here, right? This is the one in the middle. Now you will see that the median basically gives us the number such that approximately half of the data set is less than that number or equal to, and approximately half of that data set is above that number. So the median tells us the number in the middle. If all the data being put in order, then the median will be the one such that the median is the number such that the data such that around 50% is greater than that number and around 50% is less than that number. Okay, so let's say this data here is the ages of Thomas students. Let's say Thomas has 7 students in this class. Okay, and then the ages are these numbers. Then when I say, oh, the median is 18, then what you know right away is approximately 50% of my students age less than 18 or equal to, and approximately half of my students, the other half, age more than 18 or equal to. Okay, that's what it means. So the median happens to be the same to the mode here, not always, and doesn't have to equal to the mode. Now, how about the mean? The mean is the sum over the count. So you use your calculator, add those numbers. I get 139. So the sum is 139. Divided by the count, which is 7. That's way too big. Now then you use your calculator to divide. In my class, you round your decimal to 5 decimal places. I write it as a note. In my class, round your final answer to 5 decimal places unless otherwise told. Okay, 5 decimal places means after the decimal point, you have 5 digits. Okay, if you have more than 5 decimal places, you're only to 5. If you have only 2 decimal places, then just do 2 decimal places. Any questions so far? Pretty clear? Okay, so the basic idea of this mode, median, mean is actually quite simple. Now, what I will do next is to modify this data and see under what situation we may get some complication. Example 2, suppose I use the same data. Okay, suppose I use the same data, 23, 17, 21, 18, 18, 24, but instead of use 18, let me use 21. Okay, and then let me add one more number, let's say 22. So right now I have 8 number. The data size is 8. Okay. Then what happened to the mode? In this situation, you see that you have 2 most frequent data, 18 and 21, right? You have 2 most frequent data. Now, if you have 2 most frequent data, then you will say both of them are the mode. The modes are 18 and 21. Okay, now this is a case in which we call bimodal case. Okay, bimodal case. If you have 3 modes, note more recent graduates, or I should say more recent statistics students, we have more and more recent graded statistics students accept tri-modal case. Accept tri-modal case in which we have 3 modes. Okay, we have more and more, but in my class, I accept up to bimodal case only. Okay. In my class, I accept up to 2 modes only. What happens if we have 3 modes? In case of 3 modes, I will say no mode. In case of trimodal or more, if you have more than 2 modes or more, we will say no mode. Basically, the old school statistician, which is I'm one of them, old school statistician accept up to 2 modes only, a 2-way tie instead of 3-way tie. Is it okay? So suppose I change this 22 to 17. If I change this 22 to 17, then we will have 18 and 21 and 17 most frequent data, right? Now, in that case, we will say no more. Okay? I accept only up to 2 modes, but not 3 modes. But modes is not really a big deal. I want to say that I have students in the final that he actually forgot that we don't accept 3 modes case. So that student say 17, 18, and 21, and I just accept that, you know, because this person knows what he's doing. Okay, now part B. How about the median? How about the median? Let me sort it first. When I put that in order, I get 17, 18, 18, 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, 23, 24, right? Now, then the problem is we don't have middle number here, the middle data. It's the middle is actually right in between these 2 numbers. It's right in between those 2 numbers. It's right in between those 2 numbers. So what will the median? The median will be the average of those 2 adjacent numbers. Okay, the median will be the average of those two numbers. So when you write the median, in this case, if the median is between two numbers, then you need to write the median in the following way. The median will be the average of those two numbers, but it's not only just the 21 that you need to write down, the final answer. You also need to show this. This is something you need to show also. Okay, so once somebody write the median like this, the average of those, the average of two numbers, then we know the median is between two numbers. Okay, so again, because the median is between these two numbers, you have to write it this way first. You have to write this part, and then you write that what it equals to. Okay, if the median is between two numbers. Now you will see the following situation. If the number of data is odd, like in example 1, if the number of data is odd, then the median must be one of the number. If the number of data is even, like in this case there are 8 data, then the median must be between two numbers. Let me write it as a note. No. The position of the median is obtained by using this, by computing this, the number of data plus 1 divided by 2. So if you wonder which data is that, then you can use this formula. So for example, if we look back here, right? Once I put them in order, I count, okay, there are 7 data plus 1 divided by 2. That's data number 4. The median is data number 4. Now, how about the one here? There are 8 data plus 1 divided by 2. That's data number 4.5, which means it is between data number 4 and data number 5. Because 4.5 is between 4 and 5. So once we put them in order, what is data number 4? This is data number 4. And data number 5 is this one. Happens to be the same number. Okay. Now, this formula is especially useful if the number of data we get is a lot more. Let's say if you have 40 data or 50 data, right? And it's easier for us to use this formula to locate the position of the median. Okay. Now, but this is not the median itself. No, this is not the median. This is the position of the median after we put them in order. Last one. Let me just do it here. How about the mean? The mean will be the sum over the count. The count, I remember, is 8. But how about the sum? How about the sum? 164, is it right? sum is 164. Let me check just to make sure. Yeah, the sum is 164. Then the mean will be 164 divided by 8. That's 20.5. Is it okay, everybody? Okay, everybody's good. Now let me make sure that you really get this part. Let me create an example for you to do. For example, let's say the data set is, now can you give me some numbers? Let's say the numbers of, pick some age number, the number for ages. Like it doesn't have to be your age, any age. I need 10 numbers. Okay, randomly pick numbers for me. 18, 30, 25, 55, 20, 19, 13, 3 more, 10, 27, so far it's 9, 71. Okay, good. Now you do this then. I ask you to choose 10 numbers and then you find the mode, the median, and the mean. Okay, let me give you 4 minutes for this. Okay, what's the mode? No mode? Okay, no mode, that's right. Okay, how about the median? Oh, I need to put them in order first. Oh, shoot. So let me sort it. That's 10, 13, 10, 13, 18, 19. Do I need to sort all of them? Actually, not really, right? Because I have 10 data. Is it really 10 data? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10 data plus 1 over 2, that's 5.5. So data number 5 and data number 6. Data number 5 and data number 6. So data number 5 is 20. And data number 6 is 25. Okay. This is data number 5 and this is number 6. So the median will be data number 5 plus data number 6 divided by 2. I get 22.5. Okay. The mode has to be put in the median. You need to put them in order first. You need to sort it first. Okay, you need to sort it first. So when you do the median, you should not just look at this data as is right away, because the definition of the median is the middle data after you put them in order. After you put them in order. Okay, after you put them in order. Now, how about the mean? What is the sum? Anybody can help me? The sum is 288. 288, such that when I divide by 10, then the mean will be 28.8. Okay? Yeah, when you write your mean, don't give me this answer right away. No, 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 no. I want you to give me this first and then this. Okay? This first, and then this. Now, that's when we have the data given to us like this, like they give us they list the data for us. Now, in reality, we have a lot more data, right? The real statistic should not be done with sample size less than 30. Less than 30, then it's kind of like less reliable, okay? The data will get more reliable in some cases when the number of data we have, the data size is at least 30, okay? In reality, if you want the data is more reliable, then you want the data is like a larger data set, right? Okay. Now, so what happened then, because we have a larger data, there is a chance the data presented to us not in listing method. So imagine if, maybe I want to say that first, that these 3 examples here, the data is given as a raw data. Okay, now what happened if the data given to us, presented to us as group data? Let's do an illustration first. Suppose, for example, for the example 4. Suppose the data given to us like this. 17, 17, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, and then 19, 19, 19, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, and then 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 1, 21. So you see there are a lot of repeated data, but only 5 categories. So instead of giving you the raw data, there's a chance the data is presented to us as what we call frequency distribution. So let's say this is the ages, and this is the frequency. Age 17, there are 2 of them. Age 18, there are 5 of them. Age 19, there are 3 of them. Age 20, there are 7 of them. And age 21, there are 8 of them. Okay. Now, once you have frequency distribution, the very first thing you need to do is to get the sum first. You want to know right away how many people there. Okay, you need to know right away how many people there. So when you add that, what is the data size? Sample size or population size in this case? Data size is, when you add them, you get 25, right? So there are 25 data there. Now, so when you see this frequency distribution, please understand that if they try to list them one by one, you may get unnecessarily overwhelmed with too much details. So instead of giving you this detail, the one I group in red, then they will present you this frequency distribution instead. Okay, now from this frequency distribution, you see that it has 5 classes, or we can also say 5 categories, 5 classes, 5 categories. Okay, each categories has more than one or more than one frequency. Okay, so the purpose of us making it frequency distribution, writing it, summarizing the data in frequency distribution, so that we don't get overwhelmed with too much details. Now, the nice thing is we can summarize it this way using this type of frequency distribution without any loss of accuracy. In other words, all the data we originally have, none of them being compromised, none of them being rounded to get this frequency distribution. Okay, now in this case, I say this is group data single point. Single point. Why? Because each class, each category has only one value. Each category only will have one value. Later on, toward the end of this today's lesson, we will have the group data interval in which the category here, each class here, instead of only one value, we have an interval, which is multiple value. Now, because there is no loss of accuracy, the data is not compromised, then we should be able to find, for example, what's the mode? I think it's easy to see here, what's the mode? The mode is, what is the most frequent data? 21. Not 25. 25 is the sum, the number of data. The mode is 21. Why 21? It's 21 because it happens the most frequent time. It happens 8 times, okay? So we can see the mode right away from here. The harder one is, what is the median? How do we compute the median? Now see, data number what is your median? There are 25 data there, plus 1 divided by 2. So that's data number 13. So what is data number 13? Now the first 2 data is 17. The next 5 is 18. So total we have 7 data right now. Okay, and then the next 3 is 19. Right now I have 10 data. Okay, the next 7 data is 20. So what is data number 13? The first 2 is 17. The next 5 is 18. So up to data number 7 is 18. Data number 10 is 19. Data number 17 is 20. So what is data number 13? Must be one of these, right? Actually, this is data number 10, 11, 12, 13. This is data number 13. That's our mode. Okay, that's why this formula is actually quite useful. Instead of like, you need to rewrite them again. You need to rewrite them again. No, you don't need to rewrite them. You see, oh, the total up to here, the total is 2. Up to here, the total is 7. Up to here, the total is 10. There are 10 data. Up to here, there are 17 data. Okay, so data number 13 must be in this class. You see? Now, the harder one is to find the mean. Now, to find the mean, we will do what I call the first extension. Now, I call that first extension. That's not a terminology being used by other teacher though. I learned this terminology first extension actually from my teacher, and even my teacher, my professor at that time said, oh, this is the term I use for this class only, so other sections may not use the same term. What is the first extension? The first extension, basically you extend the frequency distribution, okay? You extend that with a column f times x. So if h is the x and frequency is the f, then fx will be the product of the category by the corresponding frequency. So this will be, for example, this will be 34. 18 times 5 is 90. 19 times 3 is 57. 20 times 7, 140. 21 times 8, 168. What does this 34? 34 is the sum of the all the 17s. 90 is the sum of all 18s. And so on and so forth. 57 is the sum of all 19s, right? So when you add all of these, you will get the sum of all those data. So these 34, 90, 57, 140, and 168 are the sum for each classes. The sum for each class, and then when you add all those classes, you will get the sum of all the data. Okay, now let me add you can do that too, please. The sum is 629. 629. Such that the mean will be the total. Oh, what happened? The mean will be 629 over 25. Hold on. Something not right with my computer.
I'm getting 489.
489?
When I add, but I'm not sure. If I did something, but yeah, I added it twice and I got 489 instead of 629.
Oh yeah. I think I added them wrong. I'm sorry. I'm the one adding it wrong. What happened with my computer? It's not running the way I want. To subtract this by 489. Thank you. 489. So this one here should be 489 divided by 25. I get 19.56. That's the average. I get 19.56. Any question? question. See, I honestly don't know why suddenly it scrolls up by itself. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I didn't do that scrolling. I didn't do that scrolling. Okay. Here's the thing though. You can do the median quite easily in this case because I happen to have that the circle in red there. So I show you how we get this frequency distribution, right? Okay, it comes from this raw data. It comes from this raw data, and then we convert that into frequency distribution. Now, however, many times we don't have that situation, or even if we do, it's way too big. So imagine if we have this case instead. Instead, I give you this frequency distribution. This is the X and this is F. Let's do this. The number of siblings. Okay, let's say X, let X be, what happened? See, I didn't do that though. Something happened with my computer. Let X be the number of siblings. The number, the number of siblings have the subject have. So let's say 5 of us has no siblings, and then 7 of us has 1 sibling, 15 of us has 2 siblings, and then 17 of us has 3 siblings, 20 of us has 4 siblings. A total of what? What is this? 27 plus 37, 64. A total of 64 people. A total of 64 people we interviewed. In part A, find the mode. Part B, find the median. And part C, find the mean. Now let me ask you to do this problem. Let's just do anyway. The mode will be 4. The median is the harder one. 64 data plus 1 divided by 2. 65 divided by 2. So data number 32.5. That's data number 37.5. So when I put them in order, there are 5 here, the total of 12 here, total of 37 here. Huh? 137, 27. 27 here, and then 44 here. So data number 32 is, the 32nd is 17. And data number then data number 33rd, also 17. So the median will be in between data number 32nd, here, 32, 32nd, data number 32nd is 17, data number 33rd over 17. And because it is between two numbers, I have to write it this way before I compute it. Hey, what am I doing? No, not 17. Why I do 17? Data number 32nd is 3. Duh. Is 3, and 33rd is also 3. So wrong. The data is from 0 to 4 only, so how can the median be outside of that? So it should be 3 plus 3 over 2, that is 3. My bad. I get really distracted with, see, this is what happened. I didn't do this thing. And then how to find the mean, then you do the first extension. Do the first extension. X, this is 0, this is 7, this is 30, 51, and 80. When I add them, I get 8, 168. So the mean will be 168 over 64, which will be 2.625. Okay, now that's if we have group data. That's if we have group data. Single point. Let me go on. What happens if we have group data interval? Now, when it comes to group data interval, the accuracy of the data already compromised. So we cannot precisely pinpoint what's the mode and what's the median. This is example 6. Suppose the data here, let's say the test score. Let's say the test score from 0 to 19. Maybe I say I do from 1 to 19. No, I don't know. From 0 to 20. What do I like? 0 to 20. And then 21 to 41. 42 to 62. And then 63 to 83. Let's say we have these scores. Okay, and then the frequency, let's say, is 5, 7, 8, 4. Maybe 8 and 14. Right? So the total is 12, 20, 34. 24. Now I say that the data already compromised. In this frequency distribution here, the accuracy already compromised, not the data compromised, the accuracy already compromised. Because, for example, in the first class here, we only know that there are 5 scores between 0 to 20. But we don't know exactly what are those scores. Okay, it is possible these 5 scores, all of them, let's say 17, happens 5 times. While the scores here, for example, we only know that they are 14 scores between 63 to 83. Now, it is possible those 14 scores are 63, 64, 65, blah, blah, blah. Each one of them happens only once. So in this case, if that were the case, if this were the case, then the mode supposed to be, for example, 17, not 63, not 83. No, no. Okay, that's what I meant by the accuracy of the data already compromised, because the way we do the grouping here, already compromise the accuracy of the original data we have. Like data whose value is 63 is put in the same class with the data that score 80. Okay, such that right now we just know that there are 14 data in this class, but we don't know what are those data exactly. Okay, now that's what I meant by the data already, the accuracy already compromised. Now, because of that, then we cannot answer the question of what's the mode. Because of that, we cannot answer the question, what's the mode? In fact, even though there's a formula, it's kind of very hard to find, to even estimate the median. We already compromised the accuracy, so we cannot pinpoint exactly what is the median or what's the mean. We can, however, answer the following. We can answer the mode class. The class that has the most frequent, 63 to 83. In fact, we can go further with the median class. That's the class where the median located. The median class, 34 plus 1 divided by 2, that's data number 17.5. Data number 17.5. So this is the first 5 here, and then the next 7 here. So I have 12 so far, and then 20. So data number 17.5 must be in this class. So the median class is the class 42 to 62. That's all we can say. Okay. Now, even the mean, when I ask the mean, it is in terms of estimated mean. So sometimes when I give you group data interval and I ask you to compute the mean, sometimes instead I say compute the estimated mean. Okay, compute the estimated mean. Now, how do we compute the estimated mean? The way it is done will be pretty much the same to the way we did it here. We multiply the value by the frequency to get f times x. Okay, the value by the corresponding frequency to get this. That's what we'll do. The problem is in group data interval, we have more than one value in the first column. We have more than one value here. So what number from here I need to multiply by the frequency? What number will I use to multiply by the frequency? And I need to find a number that I can use to represent each class. Now, that number that we use, the value that we use to represent each class is denoted by x subscript I. X subscript I. If I write it big, it will be x. The I will be subscript, which means it's smaller and lower. Okay, not xi like that. No. It's x and subscript I. Okay, the I is smaller and lower. And the way we get that representative value is by finding the average of the endpoints of the interval. So the endpoints are 0 and 20. I add them divided by 2, I get 10. Now, then you do likewise for the next class, the average of the endpoints. That's how you get the midpoint. And so on and so forth. Now, once you're done with this, midpoint, then we go on the way we did it earlier. I do the first extension in which this column here will be f times xi. Okay, I give you example, this will be 50. What I want you to do, you find out what will this be, while at the same time you make you take notes and copy this table. I want you to find this, and then you find this to get the total. The mean will be whatever you get in blue color there divided by the count, which is 34. Okay, now I will give myself a little break, and you do this also. Let's say it takes you 3 minutes to do this, to copy and to compute this, 3 minutes. And then we take a break, 10, 15 minutes. So we come back at 12:30. We come back at 12:30. This will be 270. This is 416. And this guy is 14 times 73, 1022. 1705. Then the estimated mean, or simply mean, is 175 divided by 34. That is 50.14706. I round it to 5 decimal places, right? Okay. Now that's an example of finding the mean of group data with interval. Would you like more example? So far we have only one. And the only new thing is, because it's interval, so we need to create the midpoint to represent each of that category, those categories. Okay, now once we get the value, the midpoint for each category, then we proceed the way we did earlier. Now, the thing is, I wonder if you would like more example. Two years, 3 years. Okay, let's do more example. Example 7, a similar one. Let me pick questions from my old quiz. Give me a second. Let me ask you to try this. Find the mean. Find the quote-unquote estimated mean. Okay, let me give you 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, hold on. This is one column too much. You don't need the last column. Find the mean of this frequency distribution. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, maybe 4 minutes from now. Let's go on. Okay, let's start. The total is 12. So that's our data size. Xi, the midpoint will be, this will be 4, this is 9, 14, 19. So Fxi would be 8, 27, 70, 38, 143. So the mean is 143 over 12. That is 11.91667. Okay, now that's for the mean. So far we have computed the mean for, let me write here, node. So far we learn to compute the mean, mode, median for the cases of raw data and group data single point. Then for group data interval, we learn to find the mean. To be more precise, estimated mean. Implicitly, we learn to find the mode group and then the median group. But usually, I have never asked this question. I only asked to find the mean of group data interval. Okay, that's what we have learned so far. Now, I want to get into notation. Based on the type of data we get, how it is presented to us, row data, group data, single point. And group data interval. We will write the formula for the mean for each case. Okay, now the main purpose of what I do here is to teach you how to read a formula. Okay, my purpose is to teach you how to read a formula. But we started with a procedure, and now we will write down the formula. Now, but before I go too far, I would like to first mention that beside how the data presented to us, we also need to know what type of data we have. Is the data come from population? That's why you need to read chapter 1 first, okay? Or the data comes from sample. Okay, now the thing is we have some notation for population and different notation for sample. For example, population size is denoted by capital N, while sample size is denoted by lowercase n. Okay, now capital N is population size, lowercase n is sample size. Now, I hope nobody tried to argue with me, Thomas, this is how I write my capital N. No, that's not capital N. This is not capital N. This is lowercase n that you write big size. Okay, and I write my lowercase n this way, Thomas. I write it small. No, that's capital N small size. No. Okay, it's about how you write it. It's not the size of your writing. No, it's about how you write it. Okay, you like it or not, I myself have to follow this though. Okay, that's how our textbook do it. That's how our other textbooks doing it. That's how every statistician is doing it. Unfortunately, therefore we have to follow that. Okay, capital N to represent population size, lowercase n to represent sample size. More, population mean, the mean of the data coming from population is denoted by mu. It's a Greek letter mu. 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 For, you can think of that as a lowercase script m, right? But you kind of pull it that way. Okay? Yeah, kind of pull it that way. It has the leg stretched to the left. That's population mean, while sample mean is denoted by X bar. Denoted by X with a bar on the top. Okay, now the sum is denoted by sigma notation. Now, this sigma notation, again, it's a Greek letter. That's a Greek letter, sigma. But if you want to see how it is properly written, it's actually a capital block M, which you turn 90 degrees to the left. Okay, that's capital M that you turn 90 degrees to the left. That's approximately what the word sum to be. Now, so So when you see this notation, sum of x, that's sum of all data. And if you see sum of x squared, this is the sum of all x being squared. The square of the x, you square them first and then you add them. While the sum of x being squared, this is the square of sum of x. Okay, that's the notation. Now, don't worry. If you don't really get it right now, we learn this slowly. Summation notation is supposed to be the notation you learn in Algebra 2 toward the end. Actually, it shows up at the last chapter of Algebra 2 or Intermediate Algebra. Now, I know most of you have not done math for a while. Okay, or if you did it, if you did intermediate algebra, there's a chance you didn't go this far. Okay, so I'm supposed to blame your teacher for that, but blaming anybody doesn't solve our problem right now. What we can do is we review that a little bit and apply that here. Now, the thing is, in statistics, while I know some people say all you need to know is how you just need to know the formula, that's actually not true. Besides knowing the formula, you also need to know how to read and apply a formula. Okay, now how to find the population mean of raw data. The population mean of raw data. And because it's population mean, I use notation mu. Okay, and then the way we compute population mean in example 1, how did we get this 139? We get the sum here, right? We add all of them, right? We get the sum there. So the formula will be the sum of all data, which is represented by x, divided by population size, capital N. That's how we did it earlier. Okay, so people who say you just need to memorize the formula has another issue. If you don't understand how to read the formula, it doesn't matter what formula you see. You don't know how to apply that anyway. Instead, you will see that the formula you learn in this course implies the procedure. So later on, after we're done with this population mean and sample mean, we will do variance in which the formula gets so complicated such that you really need to know how to read the formula. I will still teach you though, okay? But I can teach you today and then 2 days later, if you don't study, you just forget it again. Okay, now the nice thing about population mean and sample mean, only the notation different, but the procedure are exactly the same. So if you give me raw data, sample from a sample, then the sample mean will be the sum of all those data divided by the size. But in this case, it's population size. Lowercase n, not capital N. Now, how about group data? The group data for population mean, group data single point, mu equals to, let's take a look on our example 4 as I remember. Our example 4. The mean here comes from this, right? Divided by the count 25. But what is this? This is the sum of all those fx. The sum of all fx divided by population size. The sum of fx divided by population size. So the sum of fx divided by population size. Now, implicitly, this formula says you need to compute for each class, you need to compute this first, and then you add them. Okay? How about the sample mean? The same procedure, different notation. X bar equals to the sum of fx over the sample size. I hope you're following me here. Okay, to give you a hint how to memorize this, you need to memorize this one. You need to memorize this. Now then, how do we extend or do the variation from raw data to group data? From raw data to group data, you see that we actually insert the frequency right after the summation notation. Right after the summation notation, you insert the frequency. Right after summation notation, you insert the frequency. And actually, this applies all the time. This applies all the times. So then you will see that at times in higher statistic textbook, they just give you the formula for raw data, okay? And then in their exercise set, they suddenly give you group data. You know, that's what you do. You insert F after the summation notation, which means you need to multiply each data by the corresponding frequency first before you add them. Now, what happens if we have group data interval? When we have group data interval, as you can see here, what we were adding is actually the sum of fxi, right? The sum of fxi, that's the one we divide by population size or sample size. So if we look back here, then the population mean will be the sum of fxi over capital N. So how does it, what do we do then if we apply this formula? It means I need to find for each class, it's group data interval, right? So it means for each class, I need to find the midpoint for each class first, and then multiply by the frequency, the corresponding frequency, okay, and then I add all of them. Let's take a look on the procedure again. So what I did here is, if I'm given a frequency distribution interval in each class, then the first thing I need to do the xi first, and then I do the first extension. Then after that, I do the first extension. Okay. So how about the sample mean? Sample mean x bar for a group data interval, I need to find the midpoint for each class first, and then multiply by the corresponding frequency. That's my first extension. And then I add all of them divided by the sample size. Now, you need to memorize this formula. You need to memorize this formula. Okay, you need to memorize this formula. It's kind of like this way. You need to memorize the formula to know how to use it, but at the same time, only by using it, you can memorize the formula better. Okay, it's back and forth. Using it to help you memorize the formula, and once you memorize the formula, you should be able to know what that what's the procedure the formula represent. Okay. Now with the next, in the next half an hour, I will start the second part, measure of variation. Measure of variation. Measure of variations. There are some measures of variations. I will only cover for now something called variance. I will only do variance. Then next week I will do more. And next week I will do more. Okay. What is variance? Variance, I honestly always have hard time to explain what this variance represent. But let's focus on the computation first, okay? And then I think 2 weeks later or next week, toward the end of next week, I will then explain to you how we use variance, okay? But for now, borrowing the terminology from other stats, for now we can say variance is the mean of squared errors. And let me use quote unquote here, okay, because the mean of squared errors actually means something else in statistics. The mean of squared errors actually means something else in statistics. But I just use this terminology here to help us understand what is variance, okay? What is variance? Let's say for example, we have this data. The data is, let's say 13, 12, 14, 14, maybe 15. I think I want to say population variance. Population. The mean of square errors. Now, first thing I want you to do is to find the population mean. Now, to find population mean, you need to know the population size. In this case, it's easy, that's 5. And the sum of all data, 55, 68. Am I right? 68. So the population mean will be 68 divided by 5. That's the population mean, 13.6. I hope you are following me here. Okay, now then, what does the word errors mean? Errors mean the difference between the data, each data, and the mean. So the first error will be 13 minus 13.6. That's the first error. Okay, and this 13 coming from here. Okay, the second error is 12 minus 13.6. That's the second error. So this error here comes from the data, the second data minus the mean. And you do it to every data. So that will be, the next one, the next error will be 14 minus 13.6. The next data is 14 minus 13.6. And then the last error will be 15 minus 13.6. Okay, the 14 from here subtracted by the mean, 14 minus subtracted by minus the mean. Those are the errors. Those are the errors. Let's compute that first. So the errors are negative 0.6, negative 1.6, 0.4, 0.4, 1.4. Okay, those are the errors. Let me mark them yellow for the errors. Now, once we get the errors, we square those errors. Square error. We square each one of them. Now, but because we square them, then either the original value is negative or positive. When you square it, it becomes positive anyway. Okay, I think I want to write a note. I want you to write leading zero. Write 0.4 instead of 0.4. Okay. Basically, if there's no decimal, if there's no number to the left of the decimal point, then you need to write that leading zero. Okay, you need to write that leading zero. So, for example, this guy here, we don't write 0.6, and we don't write 0.6, we write 0.6. Okay, if you already have the leading number, then of course you have to write it, right? But what happened is sometimes you don't have the leading zero. Okay, you need to write it. Okay, well, anyway, coming back here, once we get the errors, we square each errors. Now, once we square each errors, that will be the squared errors. You can use your calculator to confirm these are the squared errors. Okay. Now, what is the mean? What is the mean? The mean of square errors is the mean of those square errors. So you take all these means here, you take all these errors, the square errors here, find the mean. The mean of square errors will be the sum of those square errors.
For 1.4 squared, I'm getting 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's 1.96, huh?
Okay.
Thank you. 1.96. And then this is 0.16 plus 0.16 plus 1.6. Let's see, what's the sum? I get 5.2. So the mean of square errors is the sum of the square errors divided by the count. In this case, there are 5. This will be 5.2 over 5, which is 1.04. That's the variance, which is, for now, we call the mean squared error. Now, the notation for population variance is denoted by sigma squared. Is denoted by sigma in Greek letter square. It's like lowercase o with some hair. Okay, lowercase o with some hair. And then don't forget the square. That's population variance. Okay, so the variance here, because the data is population, then the population variance here is equal to 1.04. Okay. Now, if this is the first time you see these procedures, I don't think you can memorize it right away. The good thing is we will not use this procedure to compute the variance, because even with only 5 numbers and there's no rounding here, it's actually quite tedious already. However, imagine if I tell you the formula, okay? The population variance for raw data. Population variance for raw data. Definition formula. You need to know this, if possible, memorize. But we will never use this. Definition formula, sigma squared equals to the mean of square errors. So what we did first, we get the error, and then we square it, and then we get the mean. That's the formula. That's the formula. Okay. Now the thing is for those people who say, oh, you just need to memorize the formula. Now I give you the formula, and then you say, Thomas, what does it mean? I don't know. You said that you just need the formula. I give you the formula, and you don't know what to do with that. No, it's more than just knowing the formula. You need to know how to read a formula, and in fact, you will also see the situations where different case we use different formulas. Okay. Now, this is definition formula. What you need to know is computation formula. In fact, you need to memorize this. Computation formula. When I give you this data, I will do an example later on, and I ask you to compute it, then you will compute it using the following formula. It looks more complicated, but the procedure actually faster. Okay, it's faster to do, and even for computer, it's a lot faster. Okay, the formula is n times the sum of x squared minus the sum of x being squared divided by n squared. That's the computation formula. We will apply this formula. We'll apply this formula. I expect you to copy that formula down first. For population 13, 12, 14, 14, 15. Now, then how do we read that formula? This formula consists of 3 parts. The first one is the population size. Okay, what is the population size here? Population size is 5. The second ingredient for this formula is the sum of x. The sum of x, we actually computed earlier, I think that's 68. So, yeah, 68. The sum of x is 68. That's 13 plus 12 plus 14 plus 14 plus 15, that's 68. So even though you know that's the formula, but before you use the formula, you need to compute this first. Okay, compute this first in advance before you start working on the formula. Now the third part of this formula is the sum of x squared. The third part of this formula, the third ingredient of this formula is the sum of x squared. Now, this is not the square of the sum. It's not that you are squaring this. You are not squaring the 68. No, 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 no. Squaring the 68 has this notation. You get the sum first, whatever the sum, you square. Okay, that's 68 squared. Now, but this notation, the green one, is not the square of the sum. This is the sum of the square, different order operations. Okay, the sum of squares. So you need to get the squares first, and then you add them. Okay, 13 squared plus 12 squared plus 14 squared plus 14 squared plus 15 squared. I get 930. Now I want you to confirm what I have here. You can use your calculator if you want. Now then, from here, we can compute. Let's compute the mu first. The mu is the sum of x over capital N. That's 68 over 5. That's 13.6. Is it right? 13.6. Okay, but then how about the population variance? Population variance will be the top left is 5 times the yellow times green times 930 minus the blue being squared over the yellow square. Okay, so 930 times 5 minus 68 squared. It has to be a positive number or at least 0. Variance can never be negative. Variance can never be negative. Variance is always greater or equals to 0. Okay, so once you get negative number for your variance, something really wrong, something very wrong. Okay, the variance has to be non-negative. And what is the reason it cannot be negative? Well, because we are dealing with the mean of square numbers, right? But any square number always 0 or positive. Any square numbers always 0 or positive. Okay, so the mean of 0 or positive number has to be 0 or positive, cannot be negative. Okay, now in your quiz and especially in your test later on, we will always use computation formula. We will not use definition formula. Now let me make sure you get this. So let me ask you to compute. Let's say we have this population. Let's say we have 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6. Maybe another 6, why not? So there are 7 data, and I want you to compute, find the population mean and population variance. And you use correct notation. Before you really start any computation, you need to first find the population size, the sum of the population data, and the sum of the square of the population data. Get those first, and then you start your computation. 1, 2, 3, 4. I give you 4 minutes from now. I get the sum of x is 33, and then the sum of x squared is 163. In case you wonder how I get that 163, it comes from 3 squared plus 4 squared plus 4 squared, go all the way to the last 6 squared. Okay, now then, population mean, the notation is mu. That would be 33 over 7, which is 4.71429. Supposed to be 2857, but I do rounding, right? Okay, because the next number after 8 is 5, so I round it up. While the variance is the yellow times the green. The first times the third. The first times the third minus the second square over the first square. I get 52 over 49. That is 1.06122. 1.06122. That's the population variance. What happens if we have group data, single point, or group data interval? We will continue next week. However, let me give you the formula first. Population variance. There are two parts, definition formula and computation formula. We have that earlier, the raw data. If we are given raw data, then what will the definition formula? Sigma squared equals to the sum of the square of the errors divided by population size. The mean of squared errors. So when you hear the word mean in statistics, you know you need to have this, the sum over count. Okay, now then, when it comes to computation, we don't use that definition formula, we use this computation formula. N times the sum of x squared minus the square of the sum of x divided by n squared. Okay. The reason I give this to you now, because I want you to memorize this. Next week, if you don't memorize these 6 formulas plus the previous 6 formulas, then you will have hard time to the incoming 6 other formulas. It gets harder to go memorize if you postpone memorizing. Okay. Now, what happens if we have group data single point? Group data single point. how to find the population variance. Now, the definition formula for population variance is the same idea with what we had before. I insert F after the sigma notation. I insert F after the sigma notation. Okay. In the computation formula, it applies the same way. I insert F after the sigma notation. Sample population size times the sum of F times x squared minus the sum of fx being squared over n squared. Okay, we will apply this formula next week, not now, don't worry. Okay, now how about when we have group data interval? Then we will have the same formula, except for each one of them, we will need to find the midpoint for each class first. So I will copy this, okay, put it here, lazy teacher. Okay, but what is the difference? I insert I after the X. Basically, I need to find the midpoint for each class first. Basically, I need to find the midpoint for each class first before I do the procedure in group data single point. Okay, now to illustrate the procedure later on, for example, to illustrate the procedure, let me see. Oh, I don't. Use this one instead. Suppose I give you this population. And I tell you to compute the population mean and population variance. Then what you do, first thing, you need to find the total. Here the total is what? 16, right? Okay. Now, the first extension, we find the fx, right? We did that before. So what we will get down here, this is the yellow. Well, what we'll get down here is the blue part. Now then, the second extension, I don't like it. I'll call this first extension using this color. And this is our second extension. That is, we need to get the x squared first, and then multiply each of that x squared by f. Whatever we have down here, that's the sum of fx squared. Okay, let me do one example. This is 48. This is 64. Right? Comes from here. Comes from here. 8 squared gives you 64. Okay, and f, which is the frequency, multiplied by x squared. That's 36, 38, 4. So that would be 384. How do you get that 384, Thomas? I get it from here, this guy, the frequency times this guy, give me this. Okay. Now, you can call this sum of your exercise. You can try to work on that. Okay, or should I do that now? You can do that. Okay, and then apply that to this formula. Apply that to this formula. So what happened is next week we will continue from here. What I plan to do so that you know what you need to study, right? So that you know what you need to study. So on September the 11th, what I will do, I will continue with examples for population variance with group data. Maybe I prefer to say frequency distribution. And then we will go on with sample variance. We'll go on with sample variance. The notation is S squared. And then once we're done with that, then I will explain a little bit the application or what it means of the application of the mean and standard deviation, which is the square root of variance. And if we have a chance, we will do a quartile system. Okay, if we have a chance, then we will do quartile system. I think there's a big possibility we can do one little more topic from that quartile system. But for now, at least, this is what I will cover next week. Okay, then that's for today. Any question?